Chapter 649. Han Shuo, who had been sitting in silence for a long time, suddenly stood up when he saw the enormous interplanar transportation matrix next to him radiating dazzling white light. He concentrated all his attention on the interplanar transportation matrix. Han Shuo had been waiting for this moment for a long time. When he saw the interplanar transportation matrix radiating white light, he knew that the experts from alien material planes were about to appear inside the interplanar transportation matrix. A soft exclamation sounded from the interplanar transportation matrix. The light dispersed, and 2 women and 3 men walked out from the matrix. At the forefront was a charming, beautiful woman wearing a navy blue gauze skirt. She had bright eyes and white teeth. Her entire body was brimming with the element of darkness. Han Shuo could sense an extremely terrifying energy from her body. She was definitely a mid-god expert. Han Shuo was immediately startled. Behind the beautiful woman was a skinny old man who cultivated in the elemental energy of death. He possessed approximately late-stage, low-god strength. Behind the old man were 2 youngsters cultivating in the Edict of Destruction. Both of them had dignified appearances and approximately late-stage, low-god strength. The last one was a young lady in a short purple skirt. She had snow-white arms and a delicate face. However, her eyes were unusually cunning. She cultivated in the elemental energy of death and was also a mid-stage low-god. The party of 5 consisted of a beautiful woman, a young lady, an old man, and 2 young men. Other than the beautiful woman, whose strength was unfathomable, the other 4 were all late-stage low-gods. This caused Han Shuo's heart to sink. "Big guy, you're the one who will be receiving us? Why do you look so dull?" The young lady rolled her eyes, and her quick-witted eyes landed on Han Shuo. She chuckled rudely. "Li Wei, what are you talking about?" The beautiful woman first chided the young lady smilingly before walking out of the interplanar transportation matrix. She glanced at her surroundings and said to Han Shuo, "Li Wei is a little mischievous. Don't mind her." By now, Han Shuo had calmed down from the surprise of the party's arrival. He put on a bright smile and said in a relaxed manner, "Welcome to Profound Continent, a low-level material plane. It must be boring." Li Wei wrinkled her nose and stretched her body. She looked around as though she was looking for something that could interest her. "Li Wei, why don't I show you around this low-level material plane? Let's see if there's anything interesting in this low-level material plane," suggested one of the young men who cultivated in the Edict of Destruction. Yes, let's go." Li Wei was overjoyed and hastily agreed. "Before the situation is clear, do not act alone." The beautiful woman frowned and said. After hearing Donna's words, Li Wei helplessly spread out her hands at the young man and lazily said, "I know, big sister Donna. You are really strict." The beautiful woman, Donna, smiled and said helplessly, "We didn't come here to play this time. Those fellows might have already arrived. In this unfamiliar continent, it will be dangerous if we encounter them alone. Let's figure out the situation on this continent first before we decide on a course of action." After sizing up the 5 and listening to their conversation for a while, Han Shuo could roughly tell that the beautiful woman named Donna was the leader of the party. The old man who cultivated in the elemental energy of death was silent. He looked at Li Wei with eyes filled with respect, as though he was her servant. Of the 2 young men who cultivated in the Edict of Destruction, the one who spoke to Li Wei was more talkative while the other was taciturn. "We don't know much about the specific situation on this continent. Can you give us a brief introduction?" Donna asked Han Shuo, smilingly, after gesturing for the party to be quiet. The other 4 stopped their chatter when they heard that Donna was getting down to business. Their gazes simultaneously gathered on Han Shuo, silently sizing up Han Shuo. Faced with the probing gazes of the 5, Han Shuo put on a calm smile and calmly said, "I don't have much to say about the situation on this continent. I reckon that you won't be interested. Right. I'll give you a brief summary of the situation related to your mission. The entrance to the underground world is located in a forest. The path leading to the deepest part of the forest is controlled by the race of dark dragons. I have a close relationship with the race of dark dragons, and it won't be a problem for them to find the path. Your enemies have arrived on this continent ahead of you. As I have to guard this interplanar transportation matrix, I don't know their current location and movements for the time being. All I know is that one of them is a mid-god from the Shrine of Ice. After skipping over some unimportant details, Han Shuo briefly described some of the most basic situations on Profound Continent and his understanding of those people. Very detailed. Not bad. Donna nodded smilingly. Then she changed the topic and asked, "By the way, what's your name?" "Brian," Han Shuo replied. "Oh, Brian, let me introduce you," Donna said as she turned around. She pointed at the young lady behind her and smilingly said, "Li Wei, late-stage low god of death. She is from the house of Kieran. That old man over there is her servant. He is a late-stage low god just like her. His name is Colbert. The other two are my brothers who cultivate in the Edict of Destruction. Their names are Bolton and Bowen from the House of Brook. I'm Donna. I might have to trouble you in the future on this material plane." Every time Donna introduced someone to them, they would nod at Han Shuo in greeting. However, it could be seen that none of the five actually took Han Shuo seriously. They merely returned the greetings out of courtesy and not from the bottom of their hearts. In their eyes, Han Shuo, a minor god from a low-level material plane, should be the kind of person who did not carry much weight and could only provide guidance. It was only natural that they would not give Han Shuo the respect he deserved in the truest sense of the word. Donna mentioned the family clans of the four, but did not mention her own origins. This puzzled Han Shuo. According to the memories left behind by Bichimos and the original owner of the skeletal staff, Han Shuo knew that the gods of death and the gods of destruction shared a close relationship. It was only natural that Li Wei and Bolton would come together. However, Donna was clearly a cultivator in the elemental energy of darkness. For her to come as the leader this time around, Han Shuo was rather surprised. He thought to himself, could it be that the overgod of darkness is also in cahoots with those two evil gods? While Han Shuo was still in shock, Li Wei suddenly let out a soft cry and went to the glass container containing the sea monster. She looked at the sea monster that looked like a little octopus and giggled. "Ha! What an ugly little fish! Interesting." Li Wei was about to break the boundary laid down by Han Shuo and take out the little octopus to play with without any scruples. "Don't touch it, it's not a pet." Han Shuo knitted his brows and lightly shouted. Although Han Shuo did not care about the sea monster's life or death, it was his territory and therefore his property. That Li Wei had been too presumptuous to touch his property without his consent. This made Han Shuo rather displeased. "It's just an ugly little fish. What's so precious about it? Let me play with it." Li Wei acted as though she did not hear what Han Shuo said. She was already preparing to break the boundary and take out the sea monster to play with. A figure flashed past and appeared beside Li Wei in the blink of an eye. Before Li Wei could react, the glass container was already in Han Shuo's hand. Han Shuo waved his hand, and a crack appeared on the boundary of the cemetery of death. The glass container was tossed out and shattered. The sea monster miserably fled into the sea. Damn it, what kind of people are they? How could they be so terrifying? The sea monster trembled in fear. It could sense an extremely terrifying pressure from Li Wei and the others. It was truly frightened. Its tentacles wriggled rapidly as it rolled back into the sea and fled into the distance. Scram as far as you can. If you don't want to die, leave this sea forever, Han Shuo transmitted to the sea monster. Han Shuo had promised to spare the sea monster's life. He did not want to break his promise because of Li Wei, especially when Li Wei had disregarded his master's feelings. You stole something from me?" Li Wei could not react for a moment. She looked at Han Shuo with a puzzled expression and mumbled, "That thing was mine to begin with." My letting it go has nothing to do with you, Han Shuo replied indifferently. Before Li Wei could say anything, that emaciated old man had already fixed his gloomy eyes on Han Shuo with a displeased expression. Donna, on the other hand, was rather astonished as she sized up Han Shuo. Han Shuo's speed was so fast that she could not react for a moment. What shocked Donna the most was that she did not sense Han Shuo using the energy of death or destruction. All of a sudden, Donna became rather curious about Han Shuo. When she saw the gloomy expression on Colbert's face, she smilingly tried to smooth things over and said, "It's just a small fish. What's the big deal about letting it go? Li Wei, we're your guests. You should know your limits and not be too rude. What's so great about a petty fella?" Li Wei was originally in a bad mood, but after hearing Donna's words, she rolled her quick-witted eyes and let out a snort as though nothing had happened. Colbert lowered his head again after hearing Li Wei's words. He once again put on a lifeless look. "I didn't expect a person from a low-level material plane to be so interesting. Hee. Bolton, who had been talking to Li Wei previously, mumbled to himself with a low chuckle. "If you don't mind, we can set off for the underground world." Han Shuo wore a composed expression as though he did not hear or see the disdain in their eyes. "That would be for the best," Donna readily agreed. "Let me lead the way." Han Shuo was rather displeased. He did not use the transportation matrix at the center of the Cemetery of Death to first head to Bretel City and then directly travel to Valen City and the Dark Forest. Instead, he directly passed through the Cemetery of Death and made the long journey from the boundless sea. Naturally, Donna and the others did not know that Han Shuo had such a fast and efficient route. Therefore, they did not say much and followed him towards the Dark Forest. "All right. How did you know that a mid-god has come to the Shrine of Ice?" Donna seemed to be a bit interested in Han Shuo as they flew through the clouds towards the Dark Forest. She looked at Han Shuo for a while and felt that he was a bit odd. She thought for a bit and asked, "I've seen him." Han Shuo was rather polite to Donna. He turned his head and replied with a smile, "Shameless boasting. If he was a mid-god, would you still be alive after seeing him? Especially when he knows that you have control over that interplanar transportation matrix." Li Wei ridiculed disdainfully. She seemed to be retaliating against Han Shuo for snatching the sea monster from her hands. Although Li Wei was caught off guard, she was still rather indignant that Han Shuo could snatch the sea monster from her hands. However, Li Wei was not as reckless as she appeared to be, and she had to give face to Donna. Therefore, she did not flare up on the spot and decided to settle the score slowly. However, Han Shuo actually dared to say that he had seen that mid-god right in front of them. This was too much of a boast. "Believe it or not, it's up to you." Han Shuo smiled and shook his head. He did not want to waste any more time with this young lady who was full of evil tricks. Donna was also very surprised, but she did not question Han Shuo's statement. Instead, she beat around the bush and asked, "Where did you see him? What happened?" "After I killed the guardian of this interplanar plane and destroyed the interplanar transportation matrix, I was blocked by him when I was about to leave the boundary. After escaping from that boundary, I nearly died from serious injuries. Unfortunately, I was still one step too late. If I had gone there a few days earlier, perhaps they wouldn't have been able to make it here." Han Shuo said regretfully, "Well, what? You have killed the guardian of this interplanar plane and destroyed the interplanar transportation matrix that he controlled?" At this moment, even the leader of the party, Donna, couldn't help but cry out in surprise. She sized up Han Shuo rather strangely. "Ha! To think that you could escape from the boundary of a mid-god. Friend, you are too good at boasting. I admire you." Bolton laughed heartily and said eccentrically. Han Shuo forced a smile and shook his head. He did not explain anything. "Brian, you said that you really destroyed the interplanar transportation matrix?" Donna's expression was solemn. She asked seriously, "Are you sure?" "Of course," Han Shuo said coolly. "If you don't believe me, you can let one of them go over and have a look." No matter how you destroyed the interplanar transportation matrix, if it is true, we will have the upper hand in this battle. Yes, I will remember this credit. Don't worry, I won't mistreat you. Donna was overjoyed to see Han Shua's affirmation. She did not expect to hear such good news so soon after arriving on this continent. The destruction of the interplanar transportation matrix meant that if there were any casualties on their side, they could return as soon as possible. Moreover, they could use the interplanar transportation matrix to mobilize experts to help. This was a great advantage. On the other hand, not only could they not continuously replenish their manpower, they might even have to go through a lot of trouble on their way back. Han Shua shrugged and put on a carefree smile. He did not claim any credit or flatter. He appeared very relaxed. Donna nodded inwardly. Her opinion of Han Shua improved a little. She felt that although Han Shua's strength was lacking, his willpower and bearing were truly extraordinary. With that in mind, she had a favorable impression of Han Shua. She shot a glance at old man Colbert, who was standing beside Li Wei, and knitted her brows. Donna knew that although Li Wei's actions were preposterous, she was not one to fuss over minor matters. However, her house servant, Colbert, was not so magnanimous. Given Colbert's strength, if he wanted to make Han Shua suffer a little, Donna felt that Han Shua would not be able to escape. Therefore, she made some calculations. Chapter 650. Each of Han Shua's party possessed astonishing strength. It took them only half a day to fly from the boundless sea to the dark forest. Along the way, Bolton, Li Wei, and the others exchanged their opinions in whispers about how Han Shua had escaped from a midgod. They all believed that Han Shua was bragging and couldn't help but look at Han Shua with disdain. Donna, on the other hand, seemed to be very interested in Han Shua. She was in high spirits as she discussed the situation on Profound Continent with Han Shua. Han Shua, at his current realm of demonic arts, would not deliberately lower himself to curry favor with Donna just because she possessed superior strength and distinguished status. He had been neither overbearing nor servile, and his demeanor was relaxed and natural. Donna nodded to herself when she saw that. Han Shua observed for a moment and discovered that because of his and Donna's cheerful conversation, that taciturn Bowen was looking at him with gazes that contained traces of hostility. By now, Han Shua had more or less figured out the relationship between the five. Of the two brothers, Bolton and Bowen, Bolton seemed to have a favorable impression of Li Wei. As for that taciturn Bowen, although he didn't say a word, his gaze when he looked at Donna was filled with respect. This surprised Han Shua a little. Han Shua keenly sensed the faint hostility in Bowen's eyes, but didn't take it to heart. After arriving at the dark forest, Han Shua suddenly sensed the presence of Dark Dragon Gilbert. With one thought, he discovered that Gilbert had stopped at the original location of the Cemetery of Death and had been pacing back and forth. "Wait a moment. I have some small matters to attend to," Han Shua apologetically informed Donna before he suddenly turned into a streak of dark light and flew towards Gilbert's location. Gilbert's heart was full of doubts. He wandered around the vicinity a few times, but he couldn't feel the existence of the barrier at all. In addition, this place was a mess and full of desolation. Gilbert thought that he had found the wrong place and started to search further away. Gilbert could more or less guess what had happened here. However, just like Fanny and the other two, Gilbert had a blind trust in Han Shua. He had never imagined that the enemy Han Shua was facing this time would be so powerful that Han Shua had no choice but to temporarily retreat and move the Cemetery of Death to another place. Just as Gilbert was mumbling to himself, he suddenly sensed Han Shua's arrival. He calmed down and hurriedly looked up at the sky. Han Shua landed beside Gilbert and asked with a smile, "What happened? Did you come out from the underground world?" "Great Master, why can't I feel the boundary around the Cemetery of Death? What's going on?" Gilbert shouted loudly when he saw Han Shua. "The Cemetery of Death is no longer here. I moved it away to prevent others from finding it." Han Shua quickly explained. Soon after, he said to Gilbert, "I don't have the time to tell you the specifics. You just came out from the underground world. Do you know the secret that your dark dragons are guarding? If you do, just tell me. I won't ask your grandfather." Seeing that Han Shuo was a little impatient, Gilbert didn't even think before he told Han Shuo the information his grandfather had told him. He then asked in puzzlement, "What's wrong? Why are you so anxious?" "I'll explain it to you later." Go to the Valley of Sunshine for a while, or go to Bretel City. When I'm done with my business, I'll contact you," Han Shuo instructed. "Did you run into some trouble?" "Master, I can help you." Gilbert wasn't startled, but rather delighted as he said, excitedly, "This matter is too big. You can't help me. You won't be able to participate in a battle between divine realm experts for the time being." Han Shuo told the truth. The excited Gilbert was startled by Han Shuo's words and immediately calmed down. Seeing that Han Shuo was in a hurry, Gilbert didn't ask any more questions. He said, "Be careful." Under Han Shuo's watchful eyes, he left the place and flew towards the Valley of Sunshine. After Han Shuo left, Bolton knitted his brows and asked Donna in a deep voice, "Big Sister Donna, do you believe what that kid said?" Li Wei and Bowen also put on attentive expressions when they saw that Bolton was asking Donna for confirmation. His words are a little unbelievable, but I don't know why, but I'm willing to believe him. Donna answered, smilingly after thinking for a moment. "Big Sister Donna, you can't be serious, right? That fellow is obviously bragging. How could you believe him? I can see that his strength isn't much, but he's bold enough to boast. I really don't understand how a minor god from a low-level material plane can be so impudent," Li Wei said indignantly. Bolton immediately agreed. The taciturn Bowen also nodded lightly. Donna smiled inwardly when she saw Li Wei's indignant look. She said in amusement, "Shouldn't he be humbling himself and fawning? That's how you think a god from a low-level material plane should behave? That's how it should be. Aren't the local experts all like that when we go to other low-level material planes?" Li Wei said matter-of-factly and didn't find anything wrong with it. Donna shook her head smilingly and said, "People like that all have ulterior motives towards you. They either need you to promote them or want to attach themselves to your family. Even if they are gods, they are destined to be mediocre in the future." "That fella is mediocre?" Bolton said disdainfully. "I don't know, but in my opinion, he's stronger than those people." Donna thought for a moment. She looked at the three youngsters and said, "This young man named Brian has many things that you need to learn from him. Moreover, he seems a little strange, as though he's hiding some secrets." The three youngsters had odd expressions on their faces after hearing Donna's words. It appeared that they didn't take Donna's words seriously, because Donna said that Han Shuo had many things that they needed to learn from him. This instead aroused their arrogance. They thought, what right does a powerless and insignificant character from a low-level material plane have for them to learn from him? Donna took in the expressions of the three youngsters. She sighed inwardly but did not say anything. These youngsters came from powerful families. They had been pampered since childhood and nurtured with great care by their families. Despite their young age, they already possessed astonishing strength. Back in their original continent, they were protected by their family elders. Each and every one of them was proud and arrogant. It was understandable that they would look down on others after coming to this low-level material plane. Before coming here, their family elders had already informed her, so it wasn't appropriate for Donna to say anything. Han Shuo left quickly and returned just as quickly. He flew to the side of Donna and the others. Without wasting any time, he said, "Follow me." Their speed was extremely fast. The few figures were like lightning bolts in the void. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the entrance to the underground world. With Han Shuo leading the way, they proceeded smoothly to the second layer of the underground world. "Right, who is guarding the entrance to that place?" Donna suddenly asked. "The dark dragons on this continent. But we don't need to go there. I already know the entrance, Han Shuo replied. Other than you, only the dark dragons know, right? Donna asked after thinking for a moment. Nodding, Han Shuo said that should be the case. Oh, just in case, you'd better tell the dark dragons to go as far away as possible. Otherwise, the enemy will find the entrance to that place based on the dark dragons, Donna said to Han Shuo after a moment of silence. Elder sister Donna, I think the best way is to exterminate the dark dragons, Bolton disagreed and suddenly suggested. Han Shuo was immediately enraged by his words. He snorted lightly. The dark dragons have already paid a great price to protect this secret. Is this how you treat those who work for you? Donna also knitted her brows. She glared at Bolton with some displeasure and berated, Brian is right. Not only can we not do that, we must also protect them. Otherwise, who would dare to work for us in the future? Bolton could disregard Han Shuo, but he dared not neglect Donna. Hearing her words, he awkwardly smiled and said, Elder sister Donna, don't be angry. I'm just saying. Donna nodded. After thinking for a moment, she suddenly said, Brian, it's better if you notify the dark dragons, lest they find us and completely wipe out the dark dragons. Alarmed, Han Shuo suddenly had an ominous premonition. Thinking from another perspective, Han Shuo felt that if he were the party from the Shrine of Ice, if they couldn't find him, they would definitely find a way to find out the path leading to the depths of the underground world, and then silence them so that they couldn't enter. With this in mind, Han Shuo headed towards the Dark Dragon's region with some urgency. Donna and the others needed Han Shuo to lead the way, so they naturally followed along. By the time Han Shuo arrived at the Dark Dragon's region, all he saw were corpses strewn all over the ground. Gilgs, the patriarch of the Dark Dragons, had his enormous dragon eyes still wide open, dying with everlasting regret. It seems that we're a step too late. Donna's heart tightened as she said in a deep voice, with a stupefied expression. Han Shuo walked up to Gilgs, the patriarch of the Dark Dragons. Seeing him dying with everlasting regret, Han Shuo's heart surged with monstrous fury. He reached out to cover Gilg's eyes, and with a jolt of consciousness, through Gilg's soul that had yet to completely dissipate, Han Shuo obtained some of Gilg's last memories through the demonic art of soul assimilation. A drop of blood sprayed out from his middle finger. Using the last wisp of Gilg's soul as a primer, Han Shuo replayed the bloody scene that happened not too long ago in Midair like a movie. When Donna saw Han Shuo's cold and murderous expression, she knew that he was extremely furious. She was about to say a few words of comfort to Han Shuo, but when she suddenly saw the scene reflected in Midair, she immediately covered her mouth and cried out in surprise. She looked at Han Shuo in disbelief. Not only Donna, Li Wei, Bolton, and Bowen, including that lifeless Colbert, were all stupefied. That's Kaiser and Erickson. How did you do it? Li Wei shrieked after watching the scene in a daze. She had an incredulous look on her face. He raised his hand and formed a hand seal. The drop of blood essence condensed in midair and returned to Han Shuo's body. At this moment, the last wisp of Gilg's soul that had yet to dissipate completely dissipated between heaven and earth, leaving not a trace behind. Old Dark Dragon, I will avenge you, Han Shuo thought to himself. Through those scenes, Han Shuo came to know about the tragedy that happened here. He also saw the old Dark Dragon's final cries filled with endless hatred. Unfortunately, the old Dark Dragon's soul had been squeezed too much before his death. Han Shuo had arrived too late and had no way to reassemble the old Dark Dragon's soul. I believe that all of you have seen the situation, Han Shuo said in a deep voice while suppressing the indignation in his heart. Perhaps it was because Han Shuo's performance was simply too astonishing. Even the two arrogant youngsters, Bolton and Bowen, did not find fault with him. They wore extremely strange expressions, and their eyes were filled with puzzlement. Colbert, do we have such a method to reproduce images of souls in our advanced techniques of the energy of death? Li Wei stared blankly at Han Shuo and asked Colbert, who was standing behind her. Colbert looked at Han Shuo in astonishment. He closed his eyes and pondered for a moment before replying solemnly, "Reporting to Miss, we can obtain some consciousness from the souls of the deceased. However, it is generally not easy to master the technique unless one is a high god. Even a high god who has mastered the technique cannot reproduce the images so clearly." The gods from high-level material planes turned pale with fright upon hearing those words. "Brian, forgive me for being blunt, but what you used just now didn't seem to be the elemental energy of death. Moreover, I have never heard of such a miraculous technique in all the material planes I have traveled. What exactly is going on?" Donna was puzzled. She found Han Shuo to be shrouded in mysteries. Low-level material planes have low-level techniques. The energy I used does not belong to the 12 mainstream energies. It is very, very unorthodox. "It is normal that you don't know about it," replied Han Shuo with a straight face. He wasn't in a good mood. "Can you tell us about it?" Li Wei was greatly interested. Her eyes shone brightly as she stared fixedly at Han Shuo. "I'm sorry," Han Shuo coldly refused. He did not give any leeway. "Li Wei, everyone has their own cultivation method. Your question is too rude." Donna rebuked Li Wei. Then she suddenly giggled and said, "I'm getting more and more curious about you." After shooting a meaningful glance at the Bowen and Bolton brothers, Donna continued, "I think you can believe Brian's words. There are always exceptions to everything." After witnessing Han Shuo's miraculous abilities, the Bowen and Bolton brothers were extremely astonished. However, they were still skeptical of Han Shuo's words. They softly snorted and did not reply. "Let's go." "I think those people are already making their move," said Han Shuo coldly. He was in a bad mood. "Brian, this is very common. Just remember this grudge. But when you see Erickson and Kaiser, you must not be impulsive." After a short pause, Donna let out a sigh and continued, "Forgive me for being blunt, but even if you are somewhat miraculous, you are still far from being their match." Han Shuo knew that Donna was speaking the truth. He nodded with great difficulty and said in a deep voice, "I know what I'm doing." After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo sincerely said to Donna, "Thank you." He could sense that Donna's words were sincere. Chapter 651. Fortunately, Gilbert had left in advance. Otherwise, he too would have died. It was because of Gilbert's escape that Han Shuo was able to learn the path to the depths of the 3rd floor of the underground world. With Han Shuo leading the way, Donna and the others silently followed behind him. Along the way, they all wore odd expressions and looked at Han Shuo with puzzled eyes. For a low god of a low god from a low-level material plane to be able to perform such a miraculous feat, this group of experts from a high-level material plane became rather curious about Han Shuo. Along the way, the crafty Li Wei kept beating around the bush, hoping to get some information from Han Shuo. She suddenly showed great interest in Han Shuo. However, due to the tragedy of the Dark Dragons, Han Shuo was in a terrible mood and did not pay any attention to her. No matter how many questions she asked, Han Shuo kept a straight face and remained silent. In the end, Li Wei also grew bored and did not continue to stare fixedly at Han Shuo. Instead, she whispered to Donna and cast puzzled glances at Han Shuo from time to time. It was apparent that the topic of conversation between the two women was related to Han Shuo. The two brothers, Bolton and Bowen, recovered from their previous puzzlement. Their gazes towards Han Shuo were still faintly hostile. Perhaps the two pampered young men were displeased that the two women showed too much interest in Han Shuo. Han Shuo slowly adjusted himself along the way. It took him a while to regain his composure from the annihilation of the Dark Dragons. After attaining the 9 Changes realm, Han Shuo's ability to control his mind had significantly improved. On top of that, Gilbert did not die as a result. Therefore, Han Shuo was able to recover so quickly. Following the directions provided by Gilbert, Han Shuo and the 5 experts from high-level material planes passed through many dangerous regions of the second floor of the underground world and headed towards a dark and damp region. In this layer of the underground world, other highly intelligent, level-surpassing magical beasts lived besides the ancient colossal dragon clan. However, along the way, none of the level-surpassing magical beasts dared to approach, perhaps because they sensed the abnormality in the space. As he got closer and closer to the path, Han Shuo found that there were no signs of life around him. After entering a narrow canyon, the air was damp, and there were no stones overhead to illuminate the area. Han Shuo, who had been advancing quickly, suddenly slowed down. When the people behind him saw that Han Shuo had slowed down, they all adjusted to the same pace as Han Shuo. "What's wrong?" Donna walked forward and asked softly, "It's not far from here. I believe that the group from the Shrine of Ice must have arrived a step ahead of us. Just in case, I think we should be careful so that we don't fall into someone else's trap." Han Shuo didn't even look behind him. He just carefully observed his surroundings and focused on moving forward. Donna immediately understood the meaning behind Han Shuo's words. She straightened her face and hastily instructed, "Everyone be careful! What's there to be afraid of? Erickson and the others have annihilated the entire race of dark dragons. Perhaps they think that we won't be able to find them." Bolton walked lazily. He didn't seem the least bit nervous. "That's right, don't make a fuss. They must have entered as soon as possible. How would they have the time to ambush us in the dark?" Li Wei agreed. Han Shuo had ignored her throughout the journey, and this had greatly infuriated her. "The few of you move to the back," Donna, as the leader, calmly instructed at this crucial moment. Li Wei, Bolton, and Bowen did not dare to retort after hearing Donna's words. They slowed down their pace and fell behind Donna, Han Shuo, and Colbert. Donna and Han Shuo walked shoulder to shoulder in front. Colbert and Li Wei followed closely behind. The two brothers, Bolton and Bowen, stayed vigilantly at the very back. "Be careful. Those guys might not be hiding in the dark, but they might deploy some concealment seals and boundaries. Kaiser and Erickson are both mid-gods. The traps they set won't be easy to break," Donna, who was beside Han Shuo, said softly to Han Shuo with her slender eyebrows slightly knitted. The two walked shoulder to shoulder and were very close to each other. Han Shuo could even smell the faint orchid fragrance emanating from Donna's body. It was a very pleasant scent, like the fragrance of orchids. But at this moment, Han Shuo did not let his thoughts run wild. He focused his attention and silently sensed the changes in their surroundings together with Donna. Suddenly, Donna extended her hand and gently grabbed onto Han Shuo's right arm. She forcefully pulled back Han Shuo, who was about to take a step forward. Han Shuo staggered, and his footsteps became somewhat unsteady. He turned around and looked at Donna with a puzzled expression. "Don't move around. Those guys have indeed deployed some traps just in case. We have indeed gained some advantages by coming in earlier," Donna softly exclaimed. She signaled for Han Shuo to take a few steps back. She suddenly extended her hand and pushed out her palm. Boundless darkness suddenly shrouded the entire canyon. Han Shuo could not see his surroundings with his naked eyes. He could only rely on his senses to sense that the temperature in the area where he was about to step forward had abruptly dropped to the extreme. The boundary of water that Erickson had deployed had probably been triggered. The boundless darkness came and went quickly. The canyon returned to normal in the blink of an eye. "All right, I'll walk in front while you show me the way." Donna smiled sweetly at Han Shuo and walked in front of Han Shuo. "All right." Han Shuo knew that Donna was indeed more skilled than him in this aspect due to her superior strength. Therefore, he did not insist and immediately agreed. Han Shuo noticed that Donna was holding a crystal compass covered with magical symbols in her hand. Donna fiddled with the crystal compass as they walked. She seemed to be measuring something with it. Donna did not turn around, but she seemed to have noticed Han Shuo's interest in the crystal compass. She continued to walk forward while explaining to Han Shuo, "The crystal compass in my hand is a tool to measure elemental energy. It can detect abnormal elemental fluctuations within a certain range. Many seals and barriers require elemental energy, so there are bound to be some changes. With this crystal compass, I can discover hidden dangers in the surroundings. Not bad. It's a very useful tool. Han Shuo softly replied. Humph, what a discerning fella. You must have no idea how precious this crystal compass is. Li Wei said disdainfully. Han Shuo could not be bothered with her. He did not respond to her and merely followed behind Donna in silence. The crystal compass is indeed very precious because the materials used to smelt it are very rare. Not many people know how to smelt it, Donna said with a faint smile while paying attention to the front. The entrance to the third layer of the underground world was only a few thousand meters away from where Han Shuo was standing. However, Han Shuo and his party proceeded with extreme caution. Using the crystal compass in Donna's hand, they discovered 3 more traps laid by Kaiser and Erickson within such a short distance. After spending half an hour, the gods finally arrived at the entrance. The entrance was, in fact, a dilapidated cave covered by densely packed vines. If one did not know the specific location, it would be difficult to detect that there was a cave leading to the third layer of the underground world behind the densely packed vines. Upon arriving at the entrance, Han Shuo observed for a moment and discovered that the vines were broken. He understood that Erickson and Kaiser's party must have entered the cave ahead of them. It's here. Check if there are any traps at the entrance. Han Shuo asked Donna for confirmation as he pointed to the back of the vines. No, they didn't lay any traps at the entrance. I'm sure they don't want anyone to discover the entrance through the traps, Donna explained to Han Shuo as she fiddled with the crystal compass. Upon hearing Donna's words, Han Shuo immediately moved the densely packed vines away and revealed the seemingly bottomless cave. Han Shuo turned around to look at Donna and the others. He then took a step forward and gestured for them to follow him. The last one to enter. Restore the vines to their original state. Donna instructed. With a sway of her graceful body, she had already entered the cave. Bolton and Bowen followed closely behind, followed by Li Wei. Colbert deliberately stayed at the back and cautiously restored the vines to their original state. The moment the densely packed vines blocked the cave entrance, the originally dim cave entrance suddenly became even darker. It was so dark that one could not even see their own fingers. Without the aid of any lighting tools, only Donna, who cultivated in the elemental energy of darkness, and Han Shuo, who cultivated in demonic arts, could clearly see their surroundings in this pitch-black darkness with their naked eyes. In front of Han Shuo, Donna, who was holding a crystal compass in her hand, suddenly looked at it in astonishment. Han Shuo and Donna were very close to each other. When he saw the needle on the crystal compass jump, he immediately stood still. As expected, Donna suddenly said, "There's a barrier of light that Kaiser has set up in front of us. Because the cave is too narrow, I'm afraid that the cave will collapse once it's broken and block our way down. I'll cover them with darkness. All of you be careful. Don't use any illumination. As long as there's a ray of light here, no matter what it is, it will trigger the barrier." Upon hearing those words, the few behind him who were about to take out their lighting tools immediately stopped what they were doing and cautiously moved forward in the pitch-black darkness. Han Shuo turned around and took a glance. He discovered that in this absolute darkness, apart from Donna, everyone else's vision was affected. All of them wore blank expressions and appeared extremely cautious. Don't worry too much. As long as there is no light, the boundary will not be triggered. Right? All of you just have to be careful not to get tripped by the rocks. Just keep moving forward. Donna consoled them when she saw that they were being overly cautious. Those in front, don't block the way, Li Wei deliberately said as she walked behind Han Shuo. Han Shuo sneered in his heart when he saw that Li Wei still dared to deliberately charge at him with her hands clawing at the air in a daze. He leaned to the side and with the sole of his foot pushed a moderate-sized rock to Li Wei's feet. It would be strange if Li Wei didn't suffer a calamity when a sharp-eyed person like Han Shuo was up to mischief in the dark. Every few steps she took, she would trip over a protruding rock, causing her to stagger. Flustered and exasperated, Li Wei cursed under her breath. How unlucky! Where did all these rocks come from? Bolton and the others following behind Li Wei would often repeat Li Wei's mistakes. When those rocks tripped Li Wei, they too would suffer. They would stagger with every step they took, causing them to scold incessantly. Donna, who was walking at the front, felt puzzled when she heard the curses of those behind her. Although she did discover some rocks along the way, most of them were on the sides. Logically speaking, they shouldn't be getting tripped over so frequently. With this thought in mind, Donna turned around and took a glance behind her. She discovered that Han Shuo, who was behind her, was wearing a composed expression. There was not the slightest trace of confusion on his face. After observing for a moment, Donna noticed that the corners of Han Shuo's mouth were hooked into a mocking smile. She immediately understood what was going on. As a matter of fact, Han Shuo did not hide anything from her. Seeing that she had turned around to look at them in puzzlement, Han Shuo even grinned at Donna. It was the smile of a prankster who had succeeded in pulling off a prank. Donna stared blankly for a moment before quickly coming to her senses. She shook her head, feeling both annoyed and amused at the same time. She thought that Han Shuo really didn't want to lose out. He actually used this kind of method to exact his revenge on Li Wei and the others. Li Wei and the others would not be harmed in the slightest by setting up stumbling blocks for them. Donna also believed that it was not a bad thing to let Li Wei and the others suffer a little. Therefore, she tacitly approved of Han Shuo's plan. All of a sudden, Donna came to a realization. She cultivated in the elemental energy of darkness, and it was normal for her to be able to see in the dark. But how was this guy able to see his surroundings so clearly? With this in mind, Donna's curiosity about Han Shuo grew even stronger. Seeing that Donna had tacitly approved of his actions, Han Shuo became even more brazen. With a malicious smile on his face, he secretly set up one roadblock after another for Li Wei and the others, causing them to complain and beg for mercy along the way. Brian, why is this guy fine? Bolton suddenly cried out in surprise when he noticed the anomaly. I've been tripped no less than you guys. It's just that I don't feel any pain or itch when tripped. I don't think there's a need to make a fuss, Han Shuo said eccentrically as he turned around to look at the party with a smile on his face. Thud! Han Shuo also staggered. He subconsciously let out a cry of surprise. Soon after, he realized what he had just said and felt incredibly embarrassed. Hey, who's that? Did I hear wrongly? Li Wei had obviously heard Han Shuo's cry of surprise. She immediately launched a complacent attack. With Han Shuo's cry of surprise, the group of youngsters rejoiced in Han Shuo's misfortune. None of them suspected that Han Shuo was up to no good. Han Shuo, who had just slapped himself in the face, was also rather puzzled. He clearly did not see any rocks in front of him. How did he end up tripping? With a thought, Han Shuo raised his head and looked at Donna. He discovered that Donna was walking forward with her back facing him. But when she turned a corner, Han Shuo saw the corners of her mouth curling into a complacent smile. Han Shuo shook his head and laughed involuntarily. It turned out that even the dignified and proper Donna could play tricks on others. Han Shuo did not know whether to laugh or cry. But of course he could not say anything. Chapter 652. In the pitch-black darkness, Han Shuo and the others walked for half an hour. Donna, who had been leading the way, suddenly said, "All right, we have passed through the area where the light barrier is. Everyone can take out their lighting tools." As soon as Donna finished speaking, the few youths who had been tortured by Han Shuo took out their gems that could emit light. In the darkness, they could see the surroundings clearly. Han Shuo and Donna led the way. After walking for a while, many forks suddenly appeared in front of them. Donna stopped and looked back at Han Shuo with an inquiring gaze. This was the key to the secret guarded by the Black Dragon race. When Han Shuo saw the forks appear, He immediately took a step forward and explained, "From here on out, there will be many intersecting paths. If we take one wrong step, we won't be able to reach the third layer of the underground world. Follow me closely and don't run around." Han Shua's words were very serious. Those people who had been fooling around over small matters were not careless when it came to the crucial moment. They all expressed their agreement. It was Han Shua's turn to lead the way. Starting from the first fork, they continued to choose. Many narrow or wide paths appeared in front of them. Following Gilbert's description, Han Shua silently moved forward. After changing directions a few dozen times in the complicated cave, Han Shua finally brought them to a stop in front of a huge, dark pit. In front of them was a bottomless pit that led straight to the depths of the underground. "All right, let's go down from here. This will take some time. Everyone, be careful and pray for your own luck." Han Shua said indifferently. He turned his head to look at Donna and took the lead to land in the huge pit. There shouldn't be any danger, but everyone should be careful. Donna smiled and comforted the youths. She followed behind Han Shua and landed. Once inside the deep pit, Han Shua was once again in pitch-black darkness. But he wasn't nervous at all. He just released his consciousness and silently sensed the changes in his surroundings. Suddenly, Han Shua recalled that when he entered the abyss back in the abyss realm, he had also experienced a similar situation. In the abyss, he had encountered many dangers on the way down, and it wasn't as peaceful as this place. Although the speed of their descent was extremely fast, Han Shua could still see the surrounding scenery. There were only some very sparse and ordinary stones. Nothing could attract his attention. After Donna and the others landed, they were not far above Han Shua's head. Through the prying of his consciousness, Han Shua could clearly sense the position of Donna and the others. The entire descent took half an hour. When Han Shua's feet touched the ground, his body slightly trembled before he could even look at the scenery. A cold and sinister aura filled every corner, giving Han Shua a very familiar and comfortable feeling. After carefully sensing for a moment, Han Shua suddenly discovered that there was a faint presence of mystical Yin aura in the air. This surprised and puzzled him at the same time. Mystical Yin aura was the purest form of energy left behind after the death of a soul. Generally speaking, this kind of energy would gradually dissipate between heaven and earth as time passed. Only in some special natural environments, or when demonic arts cultivators deployed mystical Yin formations, could it gather. The reason why Han Shua was surprised was that mystical Yin aura could be converted into demonic yuan, which was unimaginably beneficial to his cultivation. The mystical Yin aura had the same effect on Han Shua as the 5 elemental yuan energy did on the 5 elite zombies. It was a wondrous energy that could increase the rate at which Han Shua cultivated his demonic yuan by more than 10 times. As soon as he landed, Han Shua sensed the mystical Yin aura that filled his surroundings. The pleasant surprise it brought him was unimaginable. Without even thinking, Han Shua immediately confirmed that there was definitely a naturally formed mystical Yin ground at the bottom of this underground world that could gather mystical Yin aura. The excitement in his heart was simply uncontainable. After reaching the 9 changes realm, the improvement of demonic yuan needed to be accumulated over a long period of time. Han Shua didn't know how long it would take for him to reach the Omen realm from his current realm. Thanks to the memories left behind by Chu Kanglin, Han Shua had a path to follow in improving his mental state. However, the process of accumulating demonic yuan required a long period of time. However, with such a mystical Yin ground, as long as he cultivated here and gathered the mystical Yin aura for his own use, he could shorten this long period of time by 10 times, or even more than 10 times. Wild with joy, Han Shua almost couldn't help but cheer out loud. However, he abruptly sensed that someone was descending from above and forcibly suppressed his excitement. There is indeed something strange about this place. Why is there a strange energy? This energy doesn't seem to belong to any of the 8 elemental energies. Donna cried out in surprise as she immediately sensed the strange energy that filled the surroundings as she landed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures landed beside Han Shuo one after another. Each and every one of them was greatly astonished as they curiously sized up their surroundings. After his initial joy, Han Shuo shifted his attention to other places. He discovered that this layer wasn't much different from the one above. There were glowing rocks high above his head, making this layer appear less dusky. Looking into the distance, the scenery was the same as the one above. There wasn't much difference. The only difference was that when Han Shuo unfolded his consciousness and spread it in all directions, he couldn't sense any trace of life. There wasn't even a bug to be found. It was deathly still, so quiet that it made one's heart flutter. How do we proceed from here? Donna suddenly asked Han Shuo after closing her eyes and silently sensing for a moment. Han Shuo shook his head and explained in a deep voice, "I'm not sure either. The dark dragons only know the path that leads to this place. They don't know how to proceed after entering the third layer of the underground world." Upon hearing Han Shuo's words, Donna knitted her brows as though pondering over where to go next. "Big sister Donna, I have my grandfather's notebook. Let me take a look." At this moment, Li Wei suddenly spoke. Without waiting for Donna and the others to respond, she took out a dilapidated notebook and began to quickly read through it. The moment Li Wei took out the notebook, Han Shuo's attention fell on Li Wei. With one thought, an invisible spirit demon cautiously flew out from his body. Han Shuo secretly observed Donna's expression. When he saw that there were no special changes on her face, he calmed down. The spirit demon slowly flew to Li Wei's side. Compared to other demon generals, spirit demons of the highest rank had a more unique way of concealing their aura. They could change their form and blend in with their surroundings, making them extremely difficult to detect. Although Han Shuo was confident in the spirit demon he personally refined, he was still somewhat worried about Donna's astonishing strength. However, seeing that Donna was unmoved by the spirit demon's appearance, Han Shuo believed that she had not discovered the spirit demon's existence. Through the spirit demon's observation, Han Shuo discovered that on the notebook in Li Wei's hand, there was a rough sketch with some symbols. Li Wei stared at the sketch and carefully observed it for a moment. All of a sudden, she pointed and said, "Go in that direction." Donna and the others trusted Li Wei very much. Not a single one of them had any objections. They flew in the direction indicated by Li Wei. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment. A puzzled look appeared on his face because the direction Li Wei's finger was pointing at was the direction with the densest mystical Yin aura. The others might not be able to sense it, but as a demonic arts cultivator, Han Shuo could keenly sense it. He was certain that the direction Li Wei was pointing was a naturally formed land of mystical Yin aura, because the mystical Yin aura would be the densest at the center of the land of mystical Yin. Han Shuo did not show any signs of abnormality. When he saw the others flying in the direction Li Wei pointed, he silently followed. "Look, it's Kaiser, Erickson, and the others." Suddenly, Li Wei cried out. Han Shuo abruptly accelerated and approached Li Wei in a streak of faint black light. When he focused his gaze, he discovered that Erickson, whom he had previously met at the interplanar transportation matrix guarded by the primordius dragon, was indeed not far ahead. Other than Erickson, the gods from the alien material planes that Han Shuo saw through the last strand of the old dark dragon's soul were also present. They seemed to have encountered some trouble. Donna cried out in surprise. Around Erickson and the others were a dozen or so grayish shadows shuttling back and forth, seemingly attacking Erickson and the others. Erickson, Kaiser, and the others looked as though they were facing a formidable foe. They seemed to be contending against a dozen or so grayish shadows and appeared to be in a rather difficult situation. With one thought, Han Shuo discovered that the dozen or so grayish shadows felt very familiar to him. After carefully sensing them, Han Shuo was startled. mystical demons. That's a dozen or so mystical demons. Han Shuo was extremely bewildered. His mind raced, and he immediately realized that those dozen or so mystical demons must be powerful souls that had died in the center of the mystical Yin region and transformed into mystical demons under the influence of the Yin region. Demons were divided into original demons, Yin demons, mystical demons, and spirit demons. Mystical demons could not evolve and were not the most powerful kind. However, those dozen or so mystical demons that were shuttling back and forth were merely faint shadows, yet they were able to inflict unspeakable suffering on the few gods. They were many times more powerful than the mystical demons that Han Shuo had refined back then. After some thought, Han Shuo came to a conclusion. The souls of those dozen or so mystical demons must have been extremely monstrous before they died. Otherwise, there was no way they could have transformed into such terrifying mystical demons. Perhaps the souls of those mystical demons were the gods from the alien material planes that had once fought in this place. That was the only possibility. After coming to this conclusion, Han Shuo was even more astonished. His pair of eyes were glistening as he stared fixedly at the dozen or so flying phantoms. After carefully sensing them with his consciousness, he immediately confirmed his conjecture. What exactly are those grayish shadows? Why are Kaiser and his party having such a hard time resisting them? Li Wei cried out in surprise. Her face was filled with incredulity. Don't act rashly for the time being. Let's observe the situation first. Donna shouted and hastily instructed. It's too late. Get ready to defend. Han Shuo cried out with a bitter smile. Wow, what do you mean? Donna panicked and looked at Han Shuo in confusion. Those mystical demons were extremely sensitive. As long as the aura of a living being approached, they would be able to sense it from miles away. This was something that Han Shuo knew better than anyone. However, he did not explain it to Li Wei and the others. In fact, there was no need for Han Shuo to explain. As soon as his voice faded, a portion of the dozen or so mystical demons thousands of meters away suddenly split off. They were faintly discernible in the air and swiftly flew towards them. They arrived in the blink of an eye and pounced on Han Shuo and his party. In an instant, Donna and her party were thrown into a state of confusion. Mystical demons had an extremely unique way of living. They did not have a physical body, and many physical attacks were ineffective against them. Donna and the others were unaware of the characteristics of mystical demons. Each and every one of them had a hard time resisting. Some of the mystical demons disappeared in a flash and immediately entered their bodies to attack their flesh and soul. Ah, what the hell is this? Li Wei shrieked in panic and fear when a mystical demon entered her body. Even Donna, who had always been calm and composed, was panicking like never before. She tried to use various kinds of energy to resist the assault of the mystical demons. Among the party, Han Shuo was the calmest. No one understood the characteristics of mystical demons better than he did. He was well aware of their strengths and weaknesses. If Han Shuo were to utilize some demonic arts, he could even deploy a formation to refine these mystical demons and have the spirit demons he refined devour the energy of the mystical demons. However, he could not do so at this moment. But compared to the others, Han Shuo was much more relaxed. Unlike spirit demons, mystical demons were not able to evolve. They were afraid of high temperatures and could be fatally wounded by some special soul attacks. Although Han Shuo's strength wasn't on par with Donna and the others, by relying on his understanding of the characteristics of mystical demons, he was able to raise the temperature of his body by secretly utilizing the mystical glacial spell fire. At the same time, he used his consciousness to form a unique attack method, using soul undulations to strike the mystical demon. Han Shuo did not describe the advantages and disadvantages of mystical demons to his allies in detail because he did not know if these people would become his enemies in the future. Moreover, the spirit demons he refined also possessed such characteristics. Therefore, He did not reveal the slightest bit about the characteristics of mystical demons. Han Shuo was indifferent to Li Wei's shrieks of terror, and her hands were tied against the mystical demons. Instead, he was secretly delighted. In truth, if Li Wei was proficient in necromancy magic, it would not be difficult for her to protect herself by attacking the mystical demons with soul attacks. Unfortunately, she knew nothing about mystical demons that had mutated from the mystical Land. Therefore, her attacks were futile, and she could only bitterly circulate her divine energy to resist the assault of the mystical demons. Ah! Han Shuo pretended to scream as he stealthily flew the spirit demon in the direction where the mystical aura was the densest. As the spirit demon did not have sufficient energy, it was not powerful despite its high level. However, its life form was somewhat similar to that of mystical demons. Those mystical demons could sense that Han Shuo had released a spirit demon that was even more concealed. However, they treated the spirit demon as one of their kind and paid no attention to the spirit demon that flew away. While pretending to make a fuss, Han Shuo maneuvered the spirit demon to fly towards the destination he sensed in his mind. Moments later, Han Shuo's eyes abruptly blossomed with an incredulous light. Due to the overwhelming shock, his body swayed unnaturally, and the mystical demon nearly seized the opportunity to invade his soul. Through the spirit demon, he discovered to his astonishment that the so-called mystical Land was not naturally formed at all. Instead, it was a gigantic ninth realm mystical harvester. Chapter 653. The ninth realm mystical harvester was a wondrous formation used to gather mystical aura. Even in Han Shuo's memories, there were only records of the formation, but not the detailed method of deployment. This ninth realm mystical harvester, in particular, was obviously deployed by forcibly distorting the natural landscape. Han Shuo was flabbergasted. Is there a second demonic arts cultivator on this profound continent? Han Shuo was inexplicably shocked. He immediately thought of Chu Kanglin and wondered if Chu Kanglin had also survived the soul transmigration and arrived on this continent just like him. After carefully thinking about it, Han Shuo immediately rejected this conjecture. Judging from the scale and profoundness of this enormous ninth realm mystical harvester, it was not something that an expert at the Nine Changes realm could deploy. As far as Han Shuo knew, Chu Kanglin was merely at the Nine Changes realm before his death. Deep in his memories, he could not find the method to deploy the ninth realm mystical harvester either. Regarding the ninth realm mystical harvester, Chu Kanglin's memories only briefly described the situation. In addition, it was explained that this kind of abstruse formation that could forcibly alter the laws of heaven and earth could only be deployed by a demonic arts cultivator who had ascended to a higher realm. What the hell is going on? Han Shuo's heart was filled with disbelief and astonishment. His consciousness constantly warped and shifted, repelling a mystical demon that was closely following him like a shadow. His thoughts raced in silence. That spirit demon paced back and forth around the enormous ninth realm mystical harvester, but did not dare to venture too deep. Not only could the ninth realm mystical harvester forcibly alter the laws of heaven and earth, but it also possessed all kinds of miraculous effects. Han Shuo knew a little about this from Chu Kanglin's memories. It wasn't easy for him to refine that spirit demon. If it were to be destroyed by the ninth realm mystical harvester with the slightest carelessness, Han Shuo would be on the verge of tears. While the spirit demon paced back and forth around the ninth realm mystical harvester, silently observing the changes in the legendary Great Formation, Han Shuo was still cautiously fending off the mystical demon that was besieging him. Ah! Li Wei suddenly cried out in alarm. Her voice was filled with incomparable fear. Han Shuo was startled. When he looked at Li Wei with rapt attention, he discovered that she was extremely terrified and her eyes were filled with helplessness and pleading. Han Shuo released a wisp of his consciousness. After a brief observation, he discovered that the mystical demon besieging her had penetrated her physical defenses and was eroding her soul. Idiot! Han Shuo cursed in a low voice. He thought to himself, "You are clearly a low god cultivating in the element of death. Yet you don't know how to utilize the soul attack that you are most proficient in." Perhaps Li Wei had never experienced such a situation before. The moment she sensed that the mystical demon had entered her body, she panicked and did not know what to do. She lost her usual craftiness and quick-wittedness. While Li Wei was shrieking in panic, Colbert, who was standing nearby, suddenly shouted, "Miss, use soul attacks!" Although Colbert and Li Wei possessed similar strength, Colbert must have been through much more battles than Li Wei. Faced with such a dangerous trap, Colbert finally found a way to ward off the mystical demon at the most crucial moment and immediately informed Li Wei. At such a crucial moment, Li Wei heard Colbert's cry of surprise. As though she had grasped at a life-saving straw, she did as Colbert said without hesitation. She mobilized the energy of death with all her might and began attacking the mystical demon with the soul. With that, the mystical demon that was wreaking havoc in Li Wei's body was immediately forced out of her body. Li Wei was overjoyed to see that this method was effective. She launched one soul attack after another on the mystical demon. As long as she could find the right way to deal with the mystical demon, even if she couldn't get rid of the incorporeal mystical demon, self-preservation wouldn't be an issue. Under Li Wei's continuous soul attacks, the mystical demon was no longer able to enter her body. It could only fly around her and find other ways to attack. Although he was shouting and yelling, among the group, Han Shuo was the one who had the easiest time dealing with the mystical demon. He silently circulated demonic arts to adjust his body to a high-temperature state, his consciousness boundlessly binding that mystical demon. Han Shuo didn't have to expend too much energy to completely neutralize the mystical demon's attack. Donna, who cultivated in the energy of darkness, did not have to expend too much energy either. She merely shrouded herself in absolute darkness, concealing the aura of every living being on her body. That mystical demon flew into the darkness, but found it difficult to accurately locate her position. Therefore, it began to attack randomly. Like Li Wei, the two brothers, Bolton and Bowen, were terrified for a moment. Before the mystical demons attacked their souls, the edictal energy of destruction streaked across their bodies. Perhaps because the energy of destruction was too powerful, the mystical demons sensed danger and did not dare to linger in their bodies for too long. The party of 6, Han Shuo included, displayed their unique skills and gradually stabilized their footing under the attacks of the mystical demons, blocking the attacks of the mystical demons. Not far away, Kaiser, Erickson, and the others heard Li Wei's yelling and discovered their traces. As Kaiser and Erickson were mid-gods, they had a much easier time defending against the mystical demons. In particular, a portion of the dozen or so mystical demons that were attacking them had moved to Han Shuo's side. This made things even easier for Kaiser and Erickson. Han Shuo had destroyed the Shrine of Ice, fought with Erickson's soul, and injured Erickson's soul. Erickson couldn't let go of this hatred, no matter what. As soon as he saw Han Shuo, he charged at Han Shuo. During the past few days, Kaiser had learned of Han Shuo's actions against the Church of Light. When he learned that Han Shuo had killed the Pope and 2 demigods of the Church of Light on this continent, he had made up his mind to completely destroy Han Shuo. Therefore, when Erickson charged at Han Shuo, Kaiser, on one hand, wanted revenge, and on the other hand, was worried that something might happen to Erickson. "Youngster, I don't know how you managed to escape from me last time. Let's see if you can still be that lucky today," Erickson said in a bone-piercingly cold voice as he charged at Han Shuo. The few youngsters who were bitterly defending against the mystical demons were shocked when they heard those words. It was only when Erickson personally confirmed it that they realized that what Han Shuo had said back then was true. Originally, they all thought that Han Shuo was bragging. After all, a low god escaping from a mid-god's boundary was simply too outrageous. It was only natural that they did not believe it. But now that Erickson had personally confirmed it, they had no choice but to believe it. This made them even more astonished. Han Shuo couldn't help but smile wryly when he saw Erickson charging at him. Erickson was a mid-god. Han Shuo knew that he had no chance of winning if he were to fight Erickson. Therefore, he immediately began to think of a way to deal with the situation. Erickson, do you think you can touch him with me here? Suddenly, Donna let out a gentle chuckle from within the absolute darkness. An expanse of darkness shrouded the entire area. Dense element of darkness filled every corner. The domain of divinity of darkness manifested as absolute darkness. In this absolute darkness, apart from the caster, no one could see with the naked eye. The sensitivity of the soul would be greatly reduced. Affected by the darkness, the caster would lose the initiative and be in a very passive position. Both Erickson and Kaiser were shocked when they heard Donna's voice. "It's you." Erickson's face sank. He suddenly said, "Don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you have a powerful divine weapon. You won't be able to get away with it, even if Kaiser and I join hands." "Oh," Donna giggled and calmly said, "Well then, come in and give it a try." After hearing Donna's words, Erickson didn't dare to go any deeper and forcibly stopped midway. Kaiser came to Erickson's side and looked at the party shrouded in absolute darkness with a complicated expression. After pondering for a moment, he advised Erickson, "Let's get down to business. It won't be too late to fight her when the time comes." After hearing Kaiser's words, Erickson became silent for a moment. He snorted, but did not rashly charge in. Instead, he turned around and left without a moment's hesitation. Kaiser and Erickson returned to the other four and continued to resist the mystical demon's attacks. They had no intention of fighting at this moment. After Kaiser and Erickson disappeared, Donna withdrew her domain of absolute darkness. The space around Han Shuo and the others returned to normal. "Thank you," Han Shuo sincerely said to Donna. "You're welcome. We're all on the same side." Donna smiled with a relaxed expression. Just Donna alone was enough to make Erickson and Kaiser, two mid-gods, feel apprehensive and not act rashly. Judging from this, Han Shuo was certain that Donna's overall strength was superior to either Kaiser or Erickson's. This judgment startled Han Shuo. When he looked at Donna again, there were a few more traces of respect in his eyes. The reason why they didn't act immediately is because they have exhausted too much of their divine energy to deal with those bizarre creatures. We have just arrived, and none of us have sustained any injuries. That's why they are being so cautious and not acting rashly. Donna softly explained as she looked at Kaiser and the others. Han Shuo did not say much and nodded to indicate that he understood. Donna looked at Kaiser and the others and pondered. After a while, she suddenly thought of something and looked at Han Shuo in astonishment. "Why do you look so relaxed?" Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment and immediately reacted. However, the mystical demon's attacks never ceased. On this floor, although the low gods on Donna's side weren't in as much of a thrilling situation, they were just as busy and had no time to be distracted. Kaiser's side was in a similar situation. Other than Kaiser and Erickson, the other low gods were suffering unspeakably. They appeared to be badly battered and battered. Apart from Donna, Kaiser, and Erickson, Han Shuo was the only one who looked as usual. It was as though he wasn't concerned about the strange creatures that had been besieging him and could even converse with her calmly. Han Shuo, on the other hand, was just a very weak, low god. It was no wonder that Donna was greatly alarmed. What a meticulous woman! Han Shuo thought to himself with a bitter smile. He hastily explained, "The strange creatures that attacked me were weaker than all of you." Donna was stunned. She creased her brows and sensed the mystical demon that was fighting against Han Shuo. Suddenly she was startled. When the mystical demons came over, Donna carefully sensed with her soul and discovered that the mystical demons that were attacking them had similar energies. In fact, the mystical demon that was besieging Han Shuo seemed to be slightly stronger. Donna was certain that her intuition wasn't wrong. However, after listening to Han Shua's words, Donna once again sensed and suddenly discovered that among the mystical demons that were besieging them, Han Shua's energy had indeed become the weakest. This secret discovery made Donna even more puzzled. With so many mystical demons attacking them and even she bitterly defending herself, she wasn't able to disperse the mysterious energy of the strange creatures. So why was it that the mystical demon that was besieging Han Shua had greatly weakened? With this thought in mind, Donna once again carefully observed Han Shua. She discovered that Han Shua was once again shrieking in panic. The expression on his face was also vivid and lifelike. However, when she recalled Han Shua's performance just now and compared it to now, Donna couldn't believe that Han Shua would be afraid of those strange creatures. Looking at Han Shua's strenuous act, Donna found it both infuriating and funny. After thinking for a moment, she was shocked. Could it be that he injured those strange creatures? That's impossible. It must be my misconception. This guy is just a low god. Even I can't find a way to disperse the energy of those strange creatures. How could he do it? But would I have such a misconception? No, I've never made such a mistake in all these years. Monstrous waves surged in Donna's heart. She looked at Han Shua with eyes filled with doubt. She sensed that Han Shua was hiding an enormous secret, but she didn't know what that secret was. There was only one thing she was certain of. Han Shua didn't want to tell anyone about his secret. Donna forcefully shook her head as though she was trying to throw away the complicated thoughts in her mind. Huh? What's going on? They're gone. Why did they suddenly run away? Li Wei cried out. The strange creatures that had been chasing after them as if they would not stop until they were dead flew away in an instant. They turned into gray shadows and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Time's up. The mystical demons have returned to the 9th realm mystical Harvester. Han Shua thought. Kaiser and his party heaved a sigh of relief. One of the beautiful women grumbled. Damn it, they're finally gone again. Han Shua's ears twitched, and he heard their conversation. Based on the beautiful woman's judgment, Han Shua knew that they had encountered this situation before. After pondering for a moment, Han Shua gradually guessed the situation of the mystical demons, based on his understanding of the 9th realm mystical Harvester. They have consumed much more divine energy than we have. This is a golden opportunity. If they don't move, we'll take the initiative and attack. Donna softly shouted and suddenly commanded, Attack! I will hold Kaiser and Erickson back. The rest of you, find your targets and kill. Chapter 654. Han Shua did not expect that Donna would be so decisive to issue such an order the instant the mystical demons left. But after thinking about it carefully, Han Shua realized that this was indeed a good opportunity. The premise was that Donna alone could hold off both Erickson and Kaiser. A mid-god and a low-god were simply not on the same level. So long as either Erickson or Kaiser was freed up, they would be in serious trouble. Apart from Donna and the other 2 mid-gods, the remaining low-gods on both sides were roughly equal in strength. Once a battle broke out, Donna's side would obviously have the upper hand because they had been harassed by the mystical demons for a short period of time and had consumed less divine energy. It was a very wise choice for Donna to attack at this moment. As soon as she finished those words, she took the lead. Like a curtain, darkness gradually shrouded the battlefield. Kaiser and Erickson exchanged glances. Although they were somewhat reluctant, they still resolutely met the enemy head-on. Erickson took a few steps back and allowed Kaiser to meet the enemy head-on. Kaiser did not make any movements, but his entire body suddenly turned into a source of glaring light. Intense element of light burst out from his body as he awaited Donna's arrival. "Let's go!" Bolton shouted in a deep voice. A dark and glossy war hammer appeared in his hand. The hammer was smelted from an unknown material and appeared to be very heavy. Li Wei and the others did not remain idle either. Every one of them had a weapon in their hand. Li Wei was holding an exquisite, curved bow. The taciturn Bowen was empty-handed, but he was wearing a suit of armor. Colbert was holding a white-boned spear in his right hand. The bone spear was engraved with strange symbols. Bolton, Bowen, and the others charged in front of Han Shuo. They appeared very excited, as though they were used to this kind of lineup. Donna indicated that she would deal with both Ericsson and Kaiser on her own. With that, Ericsson's side was left with only 4 low gods. On Donna's side, excluding Han Shuo, there were Bolton, Bowen, Li Wei, and Colbert. After Donna gave the order, each of them matched up against one another. Han Shuo did not recklessly charge into the fray. Even though Li Wei possessed late-stage low god strength, the others were also of the same realm. Under such circumstances, if Han Shuo were to get involved, he would only be asking for trouble. Therefore, Porton and Bowen flew towards each other one by one, while Han Shuo stood still and observed their battle coldly. Not only did Donna not object to Han Shuo's performance, but Bolton and Bowen also did not say anything. In their hearts, Han Shuo was just a rookie who had just attained the divine level. If he were to participate in this, he would only end up dead. Therefore, it was reasonable for him to be sensible and stay where he was. Just like that, Han Shuo leisurely stayed where he was. While observing the battle between the gods, he continued to observe the situation of the 9th realm mystical Een Harvester using spirit demons. While the gods of the foreign material planes were engaged in battle, the dozen mystical demons flew into the 9th realm mystical Een Harvester and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the entire area turned gloomy. Sand and pebbles were sent flying. The domains of divinity collided with one another, producing incessant rumbling and explosions. These people had come from foreign material planes for the secret of this place. To Han Shuo, be they friend or foe, they were all outsiders. He wished that they could all die here. The only person that Han Shuo somewhat approved of was Donna. At the very least, Donna was very friendly towards him. The majority of Han Shuo's attention was also focused on Donna. Within her domain of divinity, the area that Kaiser's powerful light could cover was limited. Within that limited area, Kaiser and Ericsson stood close to each other and solemnly dealt with Donna's attacks. It was as though Donna was wielding an extraordinary divine weapon. By borrowing the miraculous energy of that divine weapon, Donna's energy of darkness had been greatly enhanced. As mid-gods, Han Shuo speculated that Donna's realm might be slightly higher than Kaiser and Ericsson's. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to deal with the 2 of them with such ease. Han Shuo calmly observed the people standing together and continued to observe the changes of the 9th realm mystical Een Harvester through his spirit demons, while thinking of ways to deal with Kaiser and his party. Even if he cast aside his hatred towards the race of dark dragons, Han Shuo couldn't let Kaiser and his party off. On this continent, Han Shuo had offended the Church of Light and the Shrine of Ice, not to mention that he had once injured Ericsson's soul. Han Shuo understood that it was either one of them or the other. Of course, Han Shuo didn't want to die. Therefore, he must kill Kaiser and Ericsson first. With this in mind, Han Shuo hastily racked his brain for ways to kill the 2. However, he discovered that his own strength was far from enough to kill Kaiser and Ericsson. All of a sudden, Han Shuo's heart jolted. Through the spirit demon that was hovering around the 9th realm mystical Een Harvester, Han Shuo discovered that there were a few more concealed evil magic formations with extraordinary destructive power in the vicinity of the 9th realm mystical Een Harvester. Those demonic formations seemed to have been concealed by some kind of energy. It was only after the dozen or so mystical demons returned to the 9th realm mystical Een Harvester that they gradually revealed themselves. Han Shuo was aware of the functions of 2 of the demonic formations. He also knew how to avoid being attacked by them. One was the Pentacloud Miasma, and the other was the Black Gale of Doom. Both were demonic formations with tremendous destructive power. Han Shuo was confident that he could protect himself after entering the two demonic formations. The two demonic formations possessed extraordinary destructive power. If they were deployed by the person who deployed the ninth realm mystical Harvester, they would surely possess tremendous destructive power. While pondering, Han Shuo searched for a way to bring Erikson and the others into the two demonic formations. Before Han Shuo could think of a way, his consciousness sensed an unsuitable sense of danger. Han Shuo calmed his mind and immediately stopped thinking about it. He began to concentrate on sensing the source of that sense of danger. Startled, Han Shuo raised his head and looked behind him. He suddenly discovered that another group of people had entered from the direction they came from. This discovery greatly alarmed Han Shuo. He did not expect that there would be someone else who knew about this place other than himself, Kaiser, and Erikson. The race of dark dragons had perished. There shouldn't be anyone else who knew about this place. Donna, someone else is coming down. Han Shuo suddenly shouted. In the absolute darkness, Donna, who had forced Erikson and Kaiser into a corner, was also startled when she heard Han Shuo shout. Donna trusted Han Shuo. She immediately retreated and called out to Li Wei and the others as she retreated. The party that had been exchanging blows quickly separated again. Perhaps due to the short duration of the battle, there were no casualties on either side. Only Bolton and one person from the other side suffered some minor injuries. What happened? Bolton asked while suppressing the anger in his heart after he was injured. He followed Donna and returned to Han Shuo's side with a murderous aura. Someone else is coming. Han Shuo shot a cold glance at him and said in a deep voice, "Why can't I sense anything?" Bolton glared at Han Shuo and said furiously, "I was injured, and that was the critical moment of my counterattack. Don't make irresponsible remarks." "Shut up, Bolton." Donna reprimanded Bolton with a grave expression. She knitted her brows and muttered to herself for a moment. She seemed to be calmly sensing the situation in the distance. Suddenly, Donna's eyes lit up and she exclaimed in astonishment, "He's right. Someone else is coming." Before knowing if the newcomers were friends or foes, Donna calmly stopped Bolton and the others from acting rashly and silently looked back at the path they had come from. Kaiser, Erikson, and the others also sensed the abnormality at this moment. They cautiously looked in that direction, their hearts restless. The interplanar transportation matrix, controlled by the primordious dragon, had been destroyed by Han Shuo. Logically speaking, it was impossible for their side to come over. Based on this understanding, they believed that the newcomers were most likely Donna's group. After all, the interplanar transportation matrix, controlled by Han Shuo, was still there. Donna was equally perturbed. The difference in strength between the two sides was not too great, and her side could even faintly hold the upper hand. If the newcomers were enemies, the balance might be broken, and her side would fall into a disadvantageous position. As the leader of this side, Donna knew that her side shouldn't have sent people over without receiving her message. Therefore, she was astonished and even began to doubt whether Han Shuo was telling the truth when he said that he had destroyed the interplanar transportation matrix. "Kid, you said that you destroyed their interplanar transportation matrix. You're not lying, are you?" Unlike Donna, Bolton didn't have a favorable impression of Han Shuo. Therefore, he immediately voiced his doubts. Han Shuo shot a cold glance at Bolton and said nothing with a gloomy face. If we lose this battle because of your lies, you'll pay for it later." Bolton said angrily when he saw Han Shuo's scowl. Donna did not say a word. She focused all her attention on observing the people approaching from behind. Two silhouettes gradually became clearer. One of them was an old man that Han Shuo was very familiar with. He was Demigod Kelly, who fought alongside Han Shuo back in Kasi Empire. He was from the Druidic Order. Standing beside Kelly was a middle-aged man with a gentle temperament and a genial smile. The middle-aged man wore a relaxed expression and was even whispering something to Kelly with a smile. Kelly, who looked like he could be the middle-aged man's father, appeared to be extremely deferential and respectful towards the middle-aged man. Donna, who had been calm and collected ever since she arrived on Profound Continent, suddenly bunched her brows tightly. She looked at the middle-aged man as though she was facing a formidable foe. When Kaiser and Erickson saw the appearance of the middle-aged man, they exchanged glances and forced a smile. "Hey, Kaiser and Erickson, did you not want me to come here? You even destroyed the transportation matrix. I had to go through untold hardships, passing through multiple material planes, and finally embarking on an arduous interplanar journey to get here." The middle-aged man said warmly as he looked at Kaiser and Erickson with a faint smile on his face. Kaiser and Erickson explained from a distance, with bitter smiles on their faces. Chapter 655. Why are you here too? Kelly, who had met Han Shuo once, finally noticed Han Shuo's presence and cried out in surprise. Back in Kasi Empire, Han Shuo and Kelly had joined hands and dealt a heavy blow to the Shrine of Ice. Although Han Shuo and Kelly didn't have a deep friendship, they had fought side by side after all. "If you can come, why can't I come?" Han Shuo could only force a smile. Ever since Kelly and that middle-aged man appeared, Donna had looked as though she was facing a formidable foe. Han Shuo didn't need to think to know that the middle-aged man was an enemy and not a friend. Both sides were on different sides. This also meant that Han Shuo and Kelly would very likely have to fight to the death. Han Shuo had a pretty good impression of Kelly. The Druidic Order was Lancelot Empire's most important business partner. No matter how one looked at it, Han Shuo didn't want to become enemies with Kelly. But judging from Donna's expression, Han Shuo knew that he had no choice and felt somewhat helpless. Kelly sighed. He too was aware of the current situation. He didn't seem too willing to make an enemy out of Han Shuo, but he was just as helpless as Han Shuo. "What are you all standing here for? You didn't come all the way here just to enjoy the scenery, did you?" The middle-aged man who came with Kelly saw that everyone was staring blankly at him and didn't do anything. He looked at the crowd and asked with a smile, "What's the matter?" "I didn't expect Lord Old to come. This is getting more and more interesting." Donna suddenly relaxed and said with a smile, "My main purpose in coming here is to find the remains of my ancestor. Of course, I also want to take a look at the wonders of this place. After all, it seems that my ancestor died because of this strange place." The middle-aged man named Old explained with a smile and a nod to Donna. Hearing Old's words, Han Shuo suddenly had a thought. Could the tree of life at the bottom of a deserted island in the boundless sea be the ancestor that Old was looking for? From the moment Old appeared, Han Shuo, who cultivated in the element of death, felt somewhat uncomfortable. Just like how gods of darkness would be especially sensitive to gods cultivating in the element of light, Han Shuo's avatar cultivating in the element of death would only be sensitive to gods cultivating in the edict of life. The tree of life at the bottom of the deserted island was obviously transformed from a very powerful god cultivating in the edict of life. After hearing Old's words, Han Shuo immediately made the connection and guessed that the remains he buried might be the one that Old was looking for. However, Han Shuo would only bury these thoughts in his heart and would never reveal them at this moment. That area was too close to the cemetery of death. If Old knew the location of that place, he would very likely know the location of the cemetery of death as well. As a cultivator of the edict of life, Old should be very sensitive to the elemental energy of death. Han Shuo was a cautious person and naturally would not say anything. Old's words not only made Donna's party, but even Kaiser and Erickson didn't seem to believe him. "Lord Old, if you don't mind, we can discuss it together." Kaiser invited with a sunny smile on his face. "That would be great. Hee, I was just worrying about the situation here." Old readily agreed and walked towards Kaiser's party. As he approached Han Shuo's party, Han Shuo noticed that Donna was staring at him vigilantly as though she was ready to deal with Old's attack at any moment. Old stopped in front of Donna and chuckled. "Miss Donna, there's no need to be so nervous. I'm just here to take a look at the situation. As long as you don't intend to destroy all life on this continent, I won't do anything to you. If that's the case, then that's for the best. Donna was still very cautious and guarded against Old. She pretended to be relaxed. As cultivators of the Edict of Life, we are all people who love life. We won't put others to death unless we have no other choice. The reason why we had such a big fight with those people last time was because they wanted to destroy all life on the continent. My ancestors had no choice but to intervene. As long as you don't have such intentions this time, I believe that both of us will have a very pleasant journey, Old said with a beaming smile. Although his attitude was very gentle, his tone still carried a deep meaning. Donna did not say much and only nodded silently. No one knew what she was planning. Hey, you're Brian, right? Old suddenly glanced at Han Shuo with a look of interest. Han Shuo was startled. He didn't understand how Old knew him. He looked at Old in puzzlement and nodded woodenly. I've heard some things about you from Kelly. You're quite interesting. Not a bad lad. However, it's a pity that you've chosen to cultivate in the elemental energy of death. Old said with a smile as he gave Han Shuo a few deep glances. Han Shuo was stunned. He didn't know what Old meant. He didn't try to act smart and answer. Donna, Bolton, and Bowen looked at Old with astonishment and then looked at Han Shuo strangely. They couldn't understand why Old would be interested in a nobody like Han Shuo. You're on your own. Old didn't express too many thoughts. He nodded at Han Shuo and walked towards Kaiser and his party with a smile. Kelly, who was behind him, exchanged glances with Han Shuo, forced a smile, shook his head, let out a sigh, and followed Old. On the other side, Erickson didn't look too happy when he saw Old walking towards him. He let out a soft groan, but didn't voice his dissatisfaction. On Profound Continent, the Shrine of Ice and the Druidic Order had been fighting openly and covertly for a long time over the supply of believers. The grudges between the gods and the mortal world had also affected the gods in charge. It was only natural that they didn't get along well with each other. Come on, let's continue inside. Kaiser softly exclaimed. He then shot a glance at Donna from afar and said, Lord Old, if you don't mind, how about you guide us? No, I'm just following you. Haha, you don't need to mind me too much. Old rejected Kaiser's proposal and replied smilingly, All right then, let's go. Kaiser didn't insist and took the initiative to lead the way. He secretly gave Erickson, who was putting on a sour face, a few meaningful glances, hinting that he shouldn't spoil the plan at this juncture. The party seemed to have suddenly forgotten the existence of Donna, Han Shuo, and the others. They headed straight for the 9th realm mystical Een Harvester. Han Shuo, who was standing beside Donna, could tell that Donna heaved a sigh of relief when Old rejected Kaiser's proposal. After Kaiser and his party had walked some distance away, Donna solemnly instructed the few youngsters behind her, This time, if it's not necessary, try not to provoke that Old. He's notorious for being a troublemaker. As long as he doesn't make an enemy out of us, we don't have to worry about him. It was evident that Donna was very wary of Old. The group of haughty youngsters also expressed their agreement after hearing those words. It appeared that they all knew about Old's background. Among the party, Han Shuo was the only one who knew nothing about Old. He couldn't help but ask, Is this Old very difficult to deal with? Donna forced a smile and nodded. She explained, Old is notorious for being a busybody. His strength is also extraordinary. In our Elysium, Old is a very strange fellow among mid-gods. Generally speaking, he won't be particularly interested in anything. But when he does, he won't let go and won't stop until he achieves his goal. It's a real headache. Elysium. This was the first time Han Shuo had heard Donna mention their background. He was shocked. Han Shuo had heard a little about Elysium through various channels. Both Bichimos and that person inside the Holy Grail had mentioned Elysium on more than one occasion. According to Han Shuo's understanding, Elysium should be the highest level material plane out of all the material planes. Legend had it that Elysium was the material plane where the supreme creator deities resided. The elemental energies on Elysium were denser than any other material plane. It was the most suitable place for gods to comprehend elemental edictal energy. Elysium had the most energy ores, the most powerful gods, and the most ancient family clans. Legend had it that Elysium was boundless and filled with countless mysterious tales. It was the center of all material planes and the home of the gods. In short, according to what Bachimos and that person in the Holy Grail said, the Elysium was the birthplace of the gods. It was also the central place where the gods of numerous material planes gathered. Almost all the overgods resided on the Elysium. There were all kinds of forces on Elysium. The most powerful forces were, of course, the 12 major forces with overgods. Many ancient family clans pledged allegiance to the 12 overgods. Many of the ancient family clans on Elysium were not only engaged in incessant wars on Elysium, they were also engaged in battles on other material planes. In this vast universe, more than 90% of the low, medium, and high-level material planes were controlled by those ancient family clans and the 12 overgods on Elysium. Having heard so many legends about Elysium, Han Shua knew what Elysium signified. Now that he had confirmed from Donna that they were from Elysium, Han Shua finally understood why youngsters like Bolton and Li Wei would feel so superior after arriving on Profound Continent. Elysium. When I finish my business on Profound Continent, I will personally go and see what Elysium is like, Han Shua thought to himself. Come on, let's follow them. Donna instructed while Han Shua was making up his mind. Kaiser, old, and the others were nowhere to be found. Donna, Han Shua, and the others hastily followed after them. They did not encounter any other anomalies along the way. Following the location that the spirit demon had previously scouted, Han Shua, Donna, and the others arrived at the 9th realm mystical Een harvester that was shrouded in dense mist of mystical Een aura. Standing there and sensing the extremely dense mystical Een aura in the surroundings, Han Shua greedily took a few deep breaths. He could feel the mystical Een aura entering his chest and abdomen, slowly filtering through his muscles, meridians, and bones before being absorbed and transformed by his demonic infant. It was a wonderful feeling. As he gazed into the distance, Han Shua discovered that a few towering mountains and rivers had been moved to this place by someone with extraordinary energy. The marvelous 9th realm mystical Een harvester had been transformed into the most miraculous 9th realm mystical Een harvester. Han Shua could not be more astonished. Having arrived at this place and looking at the incredible scenery around him, Han Shua was so impressed by the person who deployed the 9th realm mystical Een harvester that he didn't know how to express himself. Such a vast and majestic project was not as simple as moving mountains and draining seas. It required the alteration of numerous laws of heaven and earth. To be able to accomplish such a magnificent feat, the terrifying strength that Han Shua dared not imagine was beyond his imagination. This is too miraculous. This seems to be man-made. Who in the world would have the courage to accomplish such a magnificent feat? Old cried out in disbelief. Could it be that some overgod came to this material plane by chance and expended his divine energy to create such a magnificent formation? Kaiser was extremely astonished as he muttered to himself, "That's impossible. Nothing here can be accomplished by elemental energy or edictal force. Perhaps only a few overgods could create such a magnificent spectacle." Erickson said in a deep voice. Everyone shook their heads and smiled wryly at his words. They understood that those overgods would not be so senseless. The overgods had always held grudges against each other, so it was impossible for them to join forces. However, everything here seemed to be made by someone. They racked their brains, but still couldn't figure out what was going on. This is too incredible. Donna couldn't help but cry out in surprise as she looked at the towering mountains and rivers that seemed to have been twisted into a strange pattern by someone. Han Shua noticed that the mountains and rivers were distorted as though they were transformed by some kind of demonic art. Some of the traces on the mountains gave Han Shuo a sense of déjà vu. However, when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't figure out what was going on. The scene here was beyond Han Shuo's imagination. Han Shuo was speechless as he gazed at the huge ninth realm mystical Een harvester that was formed by the rips of the earth and the mountains as the eye of the formation. I think that we can only figure out what's going on here after we reach the deepest part. Old suddenly became excited after sighing for a while. Not only Erickson and Kaiser, but also Donna and the others were hesitant when they heard Old's words. Before coming here, they had vaguely learned about the dangers of this place based on what their ancestors had told them. Therefore, they began to worry about their own safety when they heard that Old wanted to enter. Before they even reached this place, they had already been beaten to a pulp by a dozen mystical demons. As long as they used their brains to think, they would know that the most mysterious area would definitely be the most dangerous. Therefore, they didn't dare to advance recklessly. You fellows, what are you afraid of? Didn't you come here to enter? Why are you all hesitating now that you're right in front of us? Old sneered. Let's go. Han Shuo suddenly spoke. He was the first to enter. After entering, he turned around and smiled at Donna. Come, follow me. I don't think there'll be any big problems. Chapter 656. Surrounding the ninth realm mystical Een harvester were a dozen or so demonic formations of various sizes. Han Shuo only recognized two of these demonic formations, the Pentacloud Miasma and the Black Gale of Doom. These two demonic formations were connected to each other and formed an intersection leading to the center of the ninth realm mystical Een harvester. Han Shuo walked into the intersection formed by these two demonic formations. Han Shuo's heroic spirit was greatly appreciated by Old, and he praised Han Shuo profusely. At first, Donna was still hesitant and undecided as to whether or not she should enter immediately. But when she discovered that Han Shuo was one step ahead of them and had already entered one of the intersections, she finally made up her mind. She nodded at Bolton Li Wei and the others behind her and quickly followed after him. Just as Old had said, their main purpose of traveling thousands of miles from Elysium was to explore that mysterious place and see what kind of miraculous things were hidden inside. It was fine to hesitate for a moment, but they had to take the risk in the end. Han Shuo was the first to enter the Pentacloud Miasma. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath of the murky air in the periphery. He sensed the nature of the miasma and began to ponder in silence. Donna led Bolton, Bowen, and the others to Han Shuo's side. She gave Han Shuo a few strange glances and felt that the way Han Shuo was meditating with his eyes closed was very strange. Donna was puzzled. She gestured for Han Shuo to stop and softly asked, "Brian, are you all right?" Han Shuo opened his eyes, smiled, and shook his head. He looked at Old, Kaiser, and the others who were standing not far away and said, "Let's go!" Han Shuo planned to infuriate Kaiser, Erickson, and the others so that they would follow him into the Pentacloud Miasma. However, on second thought, he realized that in order to enter the ninth realm mystical Een harvester, he would have to pass through 2 or 3 demonic formations. Even if they didn't follow him into the Pentacloud Miasma, they would still have to pass through some other demonic formations. The demonic formations around the ninth realm mystical Een spirit harvester should be similar in power. Since no one could avoid it, Han Shuo didn't need to take the unnecessary step of forcing those people to go with him. Well, be careful. This place is very strange. Don't be careless and get trapped here, Donna warned. No matter how careful he was, it was difficult to avoid falling into the formation. Han Shuo knew this in his heart, so he didn't care about Donna's words at all. He just carefully observed the surrounding situation, and according to his own understanding, he was looking for a way to get out of the Pentacloud Miasma. In less than 10 steps, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. Colorful, poisonous miasma flooded in from all directions in an instant. The poisonous miasma must have been refined using a special method. It was extremely corrosive. As soon as the poisonous miasma came out, a strange squeaking sound could be heard in the air. Careful! Don't let your skin come into contact with the poisonous miasma. Han Shuo hastily cried out in alarm. If there were no enemies like Old and Kaiser, Han Shuo might not have cared about the lives of Bolton and the others. However, at present, they could be considered to have a common enemy. If Bolton and the others could stay alive, they would have a slight upper hand in the upcoming battle. With them fighting Kaiser and the others at the front, Han Shuo could ensure his own safety. Han Shuo's cry of alarm caused those people to shriek. The acidic aura of the colorful miasma was very obvious. As though they were facing a great enemy, they deployed various means to form protective barriers around their bodies. Li Wei, Donna, and Bowen seemed to have used divine weapons to completely cover their bodies, preventing the poisonous miasma from invading. Bolton and Colbert, on the other hand, had released their divine energies to form a protective layer to protect their bodies from harm. When the colorful miasma came into contact with the protective layer formed by Bolton and Colbert's divine energies, faint smoke began to rise from their bodies. What a powerful acidic miasma! Bolton was greatly shocked and could not help but shriek. Oh, this thing is so evil. Even my protective divine weapon is corroding. We must get out of here as soon as possible. Li Wei also cried out after Bolton. The miasma had been refined using a special method and could corrode anything. It was even more difficult to protect one's physical body. If not for the fact that Bolton and the others had used the same method to cover their bodies, their skin and bones would have rotted away and they would have turned into puddles of blood. Han Shuo also acted as though he was facing a great enemy. He hastily deployed a protective shield. An oval-shaped shield as thin as a cicada's wing enveloped his entire body. With the protective shield powered by demonic yuan, Han Shuo was as steady as Mount Tai. He was not corroded by the colorful miasma in the slightest. Astonished, Han Shuo suddenly felt that something was amiss. According to the description of the pentacloud miasma in Chu Kanglin's memories, the miasma in this place would corrode anything, and there were very few things that could be avoided. Even protective shields were not immune to the corrosion of the miasma. However, when he deployed his protective shield, the poisonous miasma with terrifying corrosive power actually didn't corrode his protective shield at all. This greatly surprised Han Shuo, and he didn't know what was going on. After pondering for a moment, Han Shuo suddenly thought of a possibility. Did the person who deployed the pentacloud miasma tamper with the miasma when refining it? That was why his protective shield was immune to it. Why? Why isn't there smoke rising from his body? Li Wei cried out in surprise again. She pointed at Han Shuo with a strange expression. Following Li Wei's gaze, Donna, Bolton, and the others all wore strange expressions. They were either protected by divine weapons or forcibly supported by divine energy, but they could not escape the corrosion of the miasma. Smoke curled up from their bodies, making them appear as ethereal as immortals. On the other hand, Han Shuo's body was shrouded in a layer of faint black light and was no longer corroded by the miasma. He stood out from the crowd. Brian, why? Why aren't you corroded by the miasma? Donna asked in astonishment. I've cultivated in an unorthodox energy. For some reason, I can actually avoid the corrosion of the miasma. Han Shuo replied with a smile. He knew that these people would not let the matter rest if he did not give an explanation. Interesting. Li Wei giggled. Soon after, she said in a very natural manner, there's still some space over there. Let me in too. My treasure cannot be destroyed by this vile miasma. Upon finishing those words, Li Wei cheerfully walked towards Han Shuo, disregarding whether Han Shuo agreed or not. She arrived before Han Shuo and was about to force her way in. There's no more space. Sorry. Han Shuo did not like Li Wei. As she flew towards him, with one thought, The spacious protective shield around him shrank by a large margin. There was clearly more space just now. Li Wei knew that Han Shuo did it on purpose. She glared at Han Shuo and said angrily, "There clearly wasn't." Han Shuo lied through his teeth with a straight face. "Stop fooling around. We should leave this place as soon as possible. It won't do any of us any good if we stay here for too long. This miasma is a little too terrifying." Donna chided with a frown. She then led the way at a very fast speed. Everyone knew that Donna was right. Bolton and Colbert, who did not have divine weapons to protect their bodies, were depleting their divine energy with every passing second. They could not wait to leave this dreadful place. The two of them were also the fastest and closely followed behind Donna. 10 minutes later, beads of sweat appeared on Donna's forehead. She became visibly anxious and said, "What's going on? Why haven't we gotten out of this godforsaken place? We're moving so fast. We should have reached the end of the 1,000-mile journey by now. Why are we still here?" The pentacloud miasma consisted of the miasma gas and the pentacloud illusory formation. The miasma gas was mainly used for attacking and corroding everything that entered it. The pentacloud illusory formation was an exquisite illusory formation that made it difficult for those who did not understand the illusory formation to leave. The miasma gas was extremely corrosive. It was depleting the artifacts and energy of those who entered it with every passing second. If one stayed in this place for too long, no matter how many divine weapons or divine energy one had, they would eventually be exhausted. If one could not get out of the illusory formation before then, the final outcome would be to turn into a puddle of blood. Donna was well aware of this, and that was why she was in such a hurry to leave. However, it did not make sense that they had not managed to get out of the 1,000-meter zone after 10 minutes. This made Donna realize that there was something fishy about this. Unfortunately, she did not understand the mysteries of the formation and could only worry helplessly. She knew that something was wrong, but she could not do anything about it. That feeling of helplessness and frustration, coupled with the constant pressure brought by the passage of time, made Donna unable to calm down. "Brian, I beg you, please let me in. My divine weapon cannot be corroded any further, or it will really be destroyed." Li Wei started to panic. Her tone was no longer as confrontational as it was in the past, and she started to plead with Han Shuo. Han Shuo remained unmoved, as though he did not hear Li Wei's pleas at all. "Brian, if it is possible, please let her in." Although Donna was distraught, her good upbringing did not cause her to lose her rationality. She pleaded with Han Shuo on Li Wei's behalf. Ever since Donna arrived on Profound Continent, she had shown due respect and importance to Han Shuo. She had even been speaking up for Han Shuo. Han Shuo had no choice but to return the favor. Therefore, Han Shuo, who had been ignoring, Li Wei finally nodded after hearing Donna's words. He slightly expanded his protective shield and used his 2 hands to create a slit that would allow one person to pass through. Li Wei was overjoyed. She gracefully flew past the slit that Han Shuo could create and stuck close to Han Shuo. "Oh, there seems to be some space," Donna softly exclaimed. She put on a pleasant smile and said to Han Shuo, "Brian, I think it won't be a problem to add one more person." Han Shuo was speechless. "Since you're not saying anything, that means you agree. I thank you in advance." Donna pursed her lips into a smile. She was the second person to enter Han Shuo's protective shield after Li Wei and similarly stuck close to him. "No, there's no more space." When Han Shuo saw that Bolton, Bowen, Colbert, and Bolton were all looking at him with scorching gazes, he hastily tried to shrink his protective shield while at the same time preventing them from entering. The shrinking of Han Shuo's protective shield caused Li Wei to make a big fuss. She hastily leaned even closer to Han Shuo. In order to avoid exposing herself to the poisonous gas, Donna had no choice but to stick close to Han Shuo as well. With that, Han Shuo remained motionless while the 2 women threw themselves at him, allowing him to enjoy the bliss of being surrounded by multiple lovers. Meanwhile, outside the protective shield, Bolton, Bowen, Colbert, and Bolton had to endure the poisonous gases assault at all times. Bolton and Colbert, especially, were using their divine energy to sustain themselves. Their faces were flushed red, and they looked extremely miserable. On Han Shua's side, the beauties threw themselves at him as though they were afraid that they wouldn't be close enough. On the other hand, Bolton and the other two were miserably resisting the poisonous gases' corrosion. They were in agony every second. The difference in treatment between the two parties was simply too great. One was heaven and the other was hell. There's something strange about this place. I can't find a way to leave this place for the time being, but the poisonous gases' corrosion hasn't stopped. Bolton, Bowen, Colbert, it might be troublesome for you to stay here. Why don't you go back the way you came? We'll call you back when we find the exit. Donna appeared very apologetic, but she had to say that for the sake of the three. The three's faces were full of bitterness as they looked at Han Shua, who was enjoying the bliss of having multiple lovers. They clenched their teeth and were about to turn back when they suddenly heard Han Shua shout, "No! You brat, don't go too far. Are you only satisfied if we stay here and die from the poisonous gas?" Bolton was furious. If it weren't for Donna, he would have dragged Han Shua out to suffer together with him. Seeing Han Shua hugging the beauties left and right, he was filled with rage. "Brian, they'll die if they stay here." Donna was also a little surprised. She turned her head with some difficulty, her red lips very close to Han Shua's ear as she spoke. "They'll die if they go back. Haven't you noticed that we've been circling around the same area all along? In my opinion, there's no way out once we've entered this place. I can guarantee that even if they go back, they will never find the end." Han Shua shouted coldly. He knew that these people did not understand the strangeness of the demonic formation. They were naive enough to think that they could turn back and retreat if the situation turned bad. "Well, what? We've been circling around the same path." Li Wei cried out in alarm beside Han Shua's ear. Her voice was extremely high-pitched and sharp, scaring Han Shua so much that his protective shield began to sway. Li Wei and Donna hastily grabbed one of Han Shua's arms and stuck close to him, fearing that they would leave the protective shield. After being reminded by Han Shua, Donna, who was the strongest among them, carefully recalled and suddenly mumbled, That seems to be the case. There's no way out once we've entered. We have no choice but to walk out. Otherwise, we'll all die," Han Shua said coldly. Upon hearing those words, the faces of Bolton and the others who still had hope of leaving turned ashen. If you observe carefully, you'll notice that this place filled with colorful miasma has some peculiar patterns. I think that as long as I can find the right pattern, I should be able to leave this place. Han Shua suddenly put on a faint smile when he saw their faces filled with despair and panic. Chapter 6, 57. What pattern? Why haven't I discovered it? Li Wei was greatly astonished. She struggled to turn her head and look around. However, apart from the colorful miasma that filled the air, she could not see anything special about the place. There's only the colorful miasma here. I can't see anything at all. Is there really a pattern? Donna mumbled to herself in astonishment. Haven't any of you discovered that the flow of the miasma actually follows a pattern? Han Shua pointed out with a faint smile. The party was dumbfounded by Han Shua's words. Soon after, they focused their attention on the flowing miasma around them and observed the changes in it. After careful observation, they really did find that the colorful miasma had some strange characteristics as it flowed. The miasma was divided into 5 colors: red, blue, green, purple, and black. The 5 colors did not interfere with one another, nor did they mix together. As they flowed around them, the 5 miasma seemed to have a tacit understanding. Every time, one of the miasma would come over and stay for a period of time before automatically dispersing. Then, another miasma would continue to corrode them. Oh, there really seems to be a pattern. Li Wei was very excited. Then she looked at Han Shuo, who was right in front of her, and asked, "Could it be that our way out has something to do with the miasma?" "I think so," Han Shuo replied indifferently. The pentacloud hallucination formation borrowed the miasma. As long as they could grasp the pattern of the miasma's flow, they would be able to figure out the way out of this place. "All right, let's all observe carefully." Donna, who had great trust in Han Shuo, hastily shouted. Upon hearing those words, the party who had been stuck in the pentacloud miasma for a long time began to observe the pattern of the miasma, hoping to find a way out of this place. Unfortunately, after observing for a while, they did more or less figure out the pattern of the miasma's flow. However, they did not understand the pentacloud hallucination formation at all. Even if they knew the pattern of the miasma's flow, they could not find a way out. I can't hold on much longer." Bolton's face was flushed red. He had consumed too much of his divine power, causing him to feel fear. Although Li Wei's servant, Colbert, did not utter a word, his aged face was pale, and he appeared to be on the verge of death. "Li Wei, let's go. Let's give our seats to Colbert and Bolton." At this critical moment, Donna decisively ordered Li Wei. Soon after, she turned to Han Shuo and said, "Brian, we should work together at this moment." Taking a deep breath, Han Shuo suddenly smiled and said, "You don't have to go out." "Why?" "Colbert is dying. Even if the divine weapon is damaged, I can't just watch him die. I'm going out. Don't stop me," Li Wei said anxiously when she saw that Colbert's face was turning paler and paler. In the distance, when Colbert heard Li Wei's words, a trace of gratitude emerged in his lifeless eyes. When he saw that Li Wei was about to come out, he hastily said, "Young lady need not worry about this old slave. This old slave's life is for the sake of protecting young lady, and not for young lady to sacrifice herself for me." "What are you talking about? If you can live, then live well," Donna berated. "I said we don't have to go out, so we don't have to go out." Han Shuo thought to himself that Li Wei wasn't completely devoid of redeeming qualities when he saw that she was so attentive at such a critical moment. Seeing that everyone's gazes were once again focused on him, Han Shuo confidently said, "I have found the pattern. Follow me. I will lead you out." "Are you sure?" Bolton shouted with a mixture of surprise and delight when he heard Han Shuo's words at this moment of despair. "There shouldn't be a problem." Han Shuo nodded and instructed, "Line up behind me. If I go fast, you go fast. If I go slow, you go slow too. Don't fall behind by a single step. Otherwise, don't blame me if you get lost and can't make it out alive." Donna was not at ease either. Before Han Shuo took action, she asked again, "Brian, do you think we can make it out of here before their divine energy is exhausted?" "Trust me," Han Shuo replied like a charlatan. At such a moment, nobody had any good ideas. But when they saw that Han Shuo was so confident, they came to a tacit understanding and moved to Han Shuo's side one after another. Han Shuo said nothing after seeing that everyone was ready. His eyes glowed faintly as he carefully observed the flow of the miasma. All of a sudden, when the red miasma dissipated and was about to be replaced by a purple miasma, Han Shuo suddenly moved 5 steps to the left. Behind him, Bolton and the others had been cautiously waiting for Han Shuo's next move. The moment he moved, they immediately followed suit. When they were 5 steps behind him, they miraculously discovered that the red miasma that had dissipated earlier had once again returned to their side and began to corrode them. After a few dozen seconds of silence, when the red miasma once again dissipated, Han Shuo suddenly moved again. This time he moved extremely slowly, step by step to the right. After 10 steps, the scenery changed. Han Shuo and the others had once again arrived at the place where the red miasma had gathered. At this moment, the group discovered that Han Shuo was actually following the red miasma. They gradually gained more trust in Han Shuo. Before this, the miasma was erratic and would never reappear around them. They had gone back and forth in this place countless times and had never been corroded by just one miasma. Li Wei, who was leaning closely to Han Shuo, suddenly moved her fragrant lips to Han Shuo's ear and softly said, "You're quite something." Han Shuo was not affected at all. He calmly observed the changes ahead. Behind him, Bolton and the others held their breaths in rapt attention, waiting for Han Shuo's next instruction. "Listen to my command. Everyone move back." Han Shuo suddenly shouted calmly. Bolton and the others were astonished to hear Han Shuo's words. They did not know why Han Shuo had suddenly ordered them to move back. But at this point in time, they had all pinned their hopes on Han Shuo. They did not say a word, but their eyes were resolute, tacitly agreeing to Han Shuo's command. After waiting for a dozen seconds, Han Shuo suddenly shouted, "Move back 8 steps!" Bolton and the others did not dare to hesitate. They hastily followed Han Shuo's command and hastily took 8 steps back. When they came to a stop, they discovered that the red miasma was once again lingering around them and corroding their bodies. How miraculous! Bolton cheered. At this point, he no longer had any doubts about Han Shuo. He knew that Han Shuo had indeed grasped the pattern of the miasma. Donna, who was as close as Han Shuo, could not help but grab Han Shuo's arm. When Han Shuo lowered his head to look at her in puzzlement, she exclaimed, "You really found the pattern!" This exclamation was not doubt but affirmation. It seemed that she had truly believed in Han Shuo. Han Shuo didn't reply and took another 3 steps forward. It looked like 1 step back and 1 step forward, but the red miasma didn't slip away from their side from beginning to end. Finally, Han Shuo slowly took 5 big steps to the right. The surrounding scenery suddenly changed. There was no longer any trace of the miasma. At a glance, they discovered that they had really walked out of the mysterious miasma-shrouded place behind them. Thud, thud! Bolton and the others followed closely behind and walked out of the pentacloud miasma. The 3 of them were stunned for a moment before they were overjoyed. Colbert and Bowen were still silent, but their eyes were filled with the joy of escaping death. After laughing heartily for a while, Bolton reluctantly walked towards Han Shuo. After pondering for a moment, he stammered, I hope you don't mind if I have offended you before." Thank you this time." For such a proud and arrogant scion of an aristocratic family to humbly thank Han Shuo in front of Donna and the others, it meant that he had indeed made some progress after that near-death experience. Nodding his head, Han Shuo's expression was the same as usual. He didn't claim credit, nor was he arrogant. He said indifferently, "You're too kind. We're all grasshoppers on the same line. If we suffer, we suffer. If we thrive, we thrive." Seeing that Han Shuo did not say anything to embarrass him by expressing his thanks, Bolton did not say anything, but his heart was filled with gratitude. When he put away his disdainful and hostile gaze towards Han Shuo and looked at Han Shuo with a grateful heart, he suddenly realized that it was indeed as Donna had said. There were many things that they could learn from him. For example, Han Shuo did not panic in the face of danger. He was even calmer than Donna. Moreover, he had been silently searching for a way to leave and had never given up. Such willpower and perseverance were definitely nurtured after facing life-threatening situations for a long period of time. Bolton still had such foresight. From the looks of it, Bolton realized that although Han Shuo's strength was not particularly strong, there were some qualities about Han Shuo that determined that Han Shuo would not be an unknown minor character in the future. Bolton was not a mediocre person to be able to come here. After he redefined Han Shuo, his attitude towards Han Shuo underwent a drastic change. It's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, Bowen and I would not have been able to escape this calamity. Words cannot express our gratitude. After this mission, Brian, I hope that you will visit our family as a guest. We brothers will definitely thank you properly." The sudden change in Bolton's attitude towards Han Shuo left everyone dumbfounded. The taciturn Bowen was even more puzzled. He could not understand why his elder brother had suddenly become so amiable. Donna nodded inwardly and shot a surprised glance at Bolton. She thought that this fellow wasn't completely useless after all. After hearing Bolton's words, Han Shua took a deep look at Bolton. Seeing the sincerity on Bolton's face, Han Shua pondered for a moment and roughly guessed Bolton's thoughts. He chuckled and said, "There will be a chance. And our family, Brian, you've also saved us. On behalf of our family, I would also like to formally invite you to our family as a guest." Li Wei giggled and similarly extended an invitation. Han Shua was stunned. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have become a hot commodity. For a moment, Han Shua was not used to these two fellows who had been hostile to him from the very beginning becoming so cordial. Seeing that Li Wei was still staring at him, Han Shua continued to prevaricate. "Ha ha! There will be a chance! There will be a chance! Brian, you're really a big shot. Li Wei and Bolton are famous for their arrogance. I didn't expect them to invite you together. Ha ha!" Donna giggled and teased Han Shua. Han Shua shrugged in a very relaxed manner. With a faint smile on his face, he said, all right, let's take a break. There are more difficulties ahead." After exiting the pentacloud miasma, there was still the black gale of doom below. They were currently at the intersection of the two demonic formations and were temporarily unaffected by the formation. Having gone through the previous round of tempering, the party had more or less exhausted some of their divine energy. Now was not the time to be careless. "Brian is right. Let's not talk and rest for a while." Donna immediately agreed with Han Shua and hastily said. Knowing that there was still a difficult situation ahead, the party did not say anything else. They gathered the elemental energies of heaven and earth and silently recovered their lost energy. Han Shua was the only one who was unperturbed. As the miasma did not corrode his protective shield, Han Shua's demonic yuan consumption was extremely limited, and he did not need to spend as much effort to recover. He merely observed Bolton and Bowen in silence. Both Bolton and Bowen cultivated in the Edict of Destruction and possessed late-stage, low-god strength. Han Shua's knowledge of the Edict of Destruction was limited. As someone who never gave up on any opportunity to improve his strength, Han Shua's knowledge of the Edict of Destruction was too poor. Now that there was a chance for him to observe, he would naturally seize it. Bolton and Bowen unfolded their domains of divinity. Their domains of divinity were filled with an aura of destruction that distorted the space around them. Affected by the Edict of Destruction, the surrounding rocks, air, and space seemed to be destroyed. Under the effect of the Edict of Destruction, the divine energy in their bodies gradually recovered. Han Shua's avatar of destruction, which was also a cultivator of the Edict of Destruction, was meticulously sensing the traces of the operation of the Edict of Destruction in Bolton and Bowen's domains of divinity. He silently memorized them and planned to give them a try in the future. While Han Shua was secretly observing Bolton and Bowen, Donna's body had returned to normal. When Han Shua saw that Donna was the first to recover, Han Shua hastily withdrew his gaze from Bolton and Bowen. This kind of behavior was a big taboo. Han Shua did not want Donna to discover his rude behavior. No one would be willing to be spied on while cultivating because it would expose the weakness of one's energy. It was very likely that the weakness of one's energy would be grasped by others and put one in a disadvantageous position. Han Shua's expression remained the same. He smiled at Donna and was about to say something when he suddenly heard a blood-curdling scream from a distance. That scream was unusually mournful, as though it was the last struggle of a person before death. Han Shua's brows tightened. Soon after, he said in a mischievous manner, "It seems that some people are in trouble. Judging from the sound, it seems that someone has met with misfortune. This is a great fortune for us. You are the great fortune for us. Without you, we would have met with misfortune just now." Donna looked at Han Shua and giggled. It was obvious that Donna was in a good mood because of someone's death. Chapter 658. There were many large and small demonic formations arranged around the ninth realm mystical Een Harvester in a complicated and intricate manner. From what Han Shuo could tell, those demonic formations weren't weak at all. The pentacloud miasma alone was enough to make Donna and her party suffer unspeakably. It was likely that the others had also encountered demonic formations of great destructive power. A miserable shriek sounded, disrupting the minds of those who were recovering. Bolton and Bowen woke up with a start. Their faces were filled with shock. As though to bring them more surprises, yet another ear-piercing shriek sounded from afar. This shriek belonged to a woman. Everyone immediately knew that the young married woman must have suffered as well. That's too frightening. 2 are already dead. Li Wei looked at the black gale of doom before her with a face filled with panic. When Donna, who was rejoicing in others' misfortune, saw that Li Wei was staring fearfully ahead, the smile on her face gradually disappeared and was replaced by a solemn expression. Donna knitted her brows and pondered in silence for a moment. Then she suddenly said, "All of you have heard the 2 miserable shrieks just now. I'm sure all of you know what they mean. All of you have experienced the previous perilous situation and should understand that such a mysterious place is full of dangers. I'm certain that the next trial will be even more difficult." Everyone listened to Donna in silence. She took a deep breath and continued, "Perhaps one of us will die like them at the next trial. If any of you want to back out, it's not too late to do so. Although it's not very honorable to back out at the last minute, it's at least a little more acceptable than death. Given the strength of your families, you should be able to bear the consequences. Think about it." The 3 youngsters fell silent after hearing Donna's words. Their faces were filled with hesitation, as though they were having a hard time making a decision. Colbert and Han Shuo, however, did not have such worries. Colbert, who did not value his own death, was prepared to follow closely behind Li Wei. Han Shuo was determined to enter and find out what was going on inside. Naturally, he would not back out at the last minute. Besides, Han Shuo had a certain understanding of the black gale of doom. He was confident that he would be able to deal with it. It's hard to break through without experiencing danger. I want to try again. Bolton was the first to make a decision. His expression was resolute. Even a coward like Bolton dares to go in. Why should I be afraid? Li Wei clenched her teeth and said resolutely. Bowen followed Bolton's lead. He had always agreed with Bolton's decisions, and this time was no exception. Li Wei's death was more important to Colbert than anything else. Naturally, he would follow her closely. Even if he didn't say anything, Donna understood this. All right then, I'll give you a little more time. After a while, we'll enter together. This time, when you die, I will tell your family about your bravery. Your family will also be proud of you." Donna nodded and praised. Without another word, Bolton and the other 3 seized the time to recover their divine power amidst the tense atmosphere. "Brian, I'm suddenly very curious about you. You must have experienced many life and death situations on this continent, right?" Donna suddenly smiled. She looked at Han Shuo with interest, as though she wanted to see what kind of person Han Shuo was. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment. He pretended to think seriously and nodded with a smile. "You can put that way. Low-level material planes aren't peaceful either. You have to fight for whatever you want. Facing death head-on is a common thing." No wonder. Donna agreed with Han Shuo. Then she suddenly changed the topic and asked, "What kind of energy are you cultivating? Why is it so strange? I've been training on various continents for a long time, but I've never come across a similar energy." After a moment of silence, Han Shuo put on a faint smile and indifferently said, "It's normal that you don't know about unorthodox energy that can't be shown in public. It's really nothing. You don't have to be so curious." Donna could tell that Han Shuo didn't want to talk too much about demonic arts. She hesitated for a moment and nodded with a faint smile. She finally stopped asking. "I'm rather interested in Elysium. Can you tell me more about it?" While the others were cultivating, Han Shuo and Donna happened to be free. Han Shuo was very curious about Elysium and where Donna came from. It was a good opportunity for him to ask about it. Bichimos and the being in the Holy Grail had also described Elysium to Han Shuo. However, as the two had been trapped for many years, their descriptions of Han Shuo were from a long time ago. Therefore, there must be many discrepancies in their descriptions. Elysium was Han Shuo's next target. He wanted to have a more detailed understanding of it before he entered it. It's hard to explain in a few words. Once you're there, you'll understand that it's the center of all material planes. Almost all of the 12 over-gods are cultivating on Elysium. From this, you should be able to see the uniqueness of Elysium, right? Donna smilingly said. Han Shuo nodded indifferently and did not ask any further questions. He became even more determined to go to Elysium. Time passed quickly. After a short while, Bolton and the others woke up from the recovery of their divine energy after hearing Donna's shouts. It's about time. I can't give you too much time. Otherwise, by the time we reach our destination, Kaiser and the others might have already beaten us to it. Donna took a deep breath. Seeing that the others understood what she meant, she took the lead and walked inside. Everyone be careful. It's best to be on guard right from the start. While they were recovering, Han Shuo carefully recalled Chu Kanglin's description of the Black Gale of Doom in order to warn them in advance. After their previous encounter, they no longer dared to look down on Han Shuo, a minor god from a low-level material plane. With Han Shuo's warning, they all acted as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Before they actually entered the Black Gale of Doom, they had already put up their defenses. Han Shuo nodded. He was very satisfied with their cautiousness. He too put up a protective shield and was the second to step into the Black Gale of Doom after Donna. As soon as they entered, they were met with gusts of frigid astral winds. At first glance, they could only see the gray clouds hanging low above their heads, making it difficult for them to see their surroundings clearly. The frigid astral winds carried a frightening power that could sweep away all obstacles. They were like sharp knives. Han Shuo looked around with rapt attention, but he couldn't see Donna's shadow at all. After staying in the same place for a moment, Han Shuo didn't find any trace of Bolton and his party. This made him realize that the Black Gale of Doom had been operating from the start. Every person who stepped into the Black Gale of Doom would immediately trigger the formation. The surrounding scenery would change drastically, making it impossible to find any traces of others. Han Shuo wasn't nervous, because he discovered that the frigid winds and terrifying astral winds that blew past him miraculously went around him as soon as he walked in. They didn't attack him at all. It was exactly the same situation as the pentacloud miasma. With a feeling of surprise, Han Shuo sized up his surroundings. He could clearly see that the astral winds and the frigid winds were everywhere. They would only suddenly change direction and blow sideways when they reached the protective shield formed by his demonic yuan. This meant that Han Shuo would be safe and sound within the Black Gale of Doom. He didn't need to be distracted by these attacks. Is it because I cultivate in demonic arts of the same origin that I'm immune to all the formations here? This thought suddenly popped into Han Shuo's mind. He immediately felt that the reason why the demonic formations here didn't bombard him indiscriminately must have something to do with the demonic arts he cultivated in. With this thought in mind, Han Shuo summoned his 2 avatars and flew out from the protective shield. In an instant, the frightening frigid winds and astral winds frantically swept towards his 2 avatars. The kind of power was filled with a ruthless and cold aura. The wind seemed to be able to pass through his body, causing Han Shuo's 2 avatars to suffer unspeakably. Han Shuo immediately came to a realization. With a thought, the energy of destruction within his avatar of destruction was withdrawn and transformed into the form of the Demon's Lair Edge. Traces of demonic yuan from Han Shuo's body circulated within the Demon's Lair Edge. A bizarre change occurred once again. All the frigid winds and astral winds suddenly changed direction and blew around the Demon's Lair Edge. That avatar of death transformed from the skeletal staff only had the divine energy of death in its body. It was constantly being ravaged by the frigid winds and astral winds and was in a very bad situation. As expected, Han Shuo understood. His two avatars were compatible with his soul and weren't affected by the changes in their surroundings. They quickly returned to Han Shuo's body. After testing it out, Han Shuo finally believed that as a cultivator of demonic arts, he was completely immune to the attacks of the demonic formations here. Even his avatar of destruction, transformed from a demonic weapon, was unaffected by the demonic formations because it still had a small portion of demonic yuan in it. Based on Han Shuo's understanding of the Pentacloud Miasma and the Black Gale of Doom, he knew that these two demonic formations wouldn't stop attacking just because the person who entered was a demonic cultivator or a demonic cultivator. It seemed that there was only one possibility. The terrifying existence who had set up the demonic formations had forcefully altered them so that they wouldn't attack demonic cultivators who cultivated demonic yuan. Without much thought, Han Shuo understood that the senior who had set up everything here must have come from the same place as him. In this universe, perhaps he also knew that there wasn't anyone who knew how to cultivate demonic arts. That was why he had set up such a formation here, preventing all cultivators of other energies from entering, but only allowing demonic arts cultivators to enter. Why did he do this? What was the deeper meaning behind it? Han Shuo was very puzzled. His curiosity grew stronger and stronger. Han Shuo couldn't figure it out no matter how he thought about it. In the end, he decided to put aside all his chaotic thoughts for the time being and decided to explore further. With a movement of his consciousness, Han Shuo sensed the location of Dana and the others. In such a place, Han Shuo's consciousness, which was cultivating demonic arts, wasn't affected at all. His vision and two souls that cultivated in the edict of destruction and the elemental energy of death couldn't pry into the surroundings. He couldn't see the real situation clearly. Only his consciousness was completely unhindered and could sense the reality of his surroundings. As his consciousness spread out, Han Shuo suddenly discovered that the souls of Dana and the others were extremely agitated and unstable. It was an illusion. Han Shuo immediately deduced that not only would the Black Gale of Doom be wreaked havoc by the astral winds, if one stayed inside for too long, they would fall into many terrifying illusions. In the illusions, they would encounter the most dreadful and painful things in their lives. Moreover, the illusions would multiply the effects of these dreadful and painful things on them, destroying their willpower from the heart. In the state of illusions, if they were not careful, they could possibly sink into it forever. Inside the terrifying illusions, they would have to face the onslaught of the astral winds. Even a terrifyingly powerful expert would be reduced to a lunatic within a short period of time and eventually die. Unlike the Pentacloud Miasma, the Black Gale of Doom did not require any pattern to walk out of this place. That was because anyone who entered this place would immediately face the onslaught of the astral winds and the astral winds. At the same time, they would have to face the most dreadful and painful scenes in their hearts. During this process, if one did not walk out of the dark side of one's heart, it would be practically impossible to move a single step. Naturally, there was no need for the disorienting formation. As his consciousness slowly spread out, Han Shuo soon discovered that Li Wei and Bolton were in the most perilous situation. It was unknown what dreadful things the two of them had experienced, but their souls were in utter chaos. It was as though they would collapse at any moment and sink into the abyss. Time was of the essence. Han Shuo knew that if he did not act now, Li Wei and Bolton would be the first to die inside. With Li Wei's and Bolton's apologies, Han Shuo no longer held a grudge against them. In addition, he knew that in the grand scheme of things, if Li Wei and Bolton were to survive, he might have a better chance of survival. Therefore, Han Shuo let bygones be bygones and immediately took action. When Han Shuo arrived beside Li Wei, he discovered that Li Wei was screaming hysterically like a madwoman. She was in an incomparably miserable state. Han Shuo did not understand what Li Wei was going through. He went over and grabbed her. Li Wei was in a state of delirium and was completely unaware of her surroundings. She was clawing and biting at Han Shuo like a madwoman. It seemed that she would not be able to recover any time soon. Seeing that this situation was going to continue, Han Shuo did not hold back. Taking advantage of the fact that Li Wei was unable to organize an effective attack, he knocked her out with a slap. Grabbing Li Wei by the waist with one hand, Han Shuo extended his consciousness and rapidly arrived beside Bolton. He saw that Bolton's face was filled with fear, panting heavily as he desperately attacked something invisible. With Li Wei's experience, Han Shuo did not hold back either. He knocked Bolton out as well, grabbed his shoulder, and quickly brought both of them out of the Black Gale of Doom. Han Shuo returned to the Black Gale of Doom, knocked out Bowen, who was hugging his head and crying, and Colbert, who was frantically running away, and brought them out of the Black Gale of Doom. Once again, Han Shuo walked to the side of Donna, perhaps because she was the strongest. Although Donna was also in a state of delirium, her condition was not as bad as the others. When Han Shuo approached Donna, he saw that Donna had a mournful look on her face. She cried out in despair, "Don't go, I beg you, don't go!" When Han Shuo walked to Donna's side and was about to knock Donna out, Donna seemed to have sensed something. All of a sudden, she embraced Han Shuo. Her luscious red lips abruptly came up to him. Before Han Shuo could react, she started kissing Han Shuo madly. Chapter 659. Caught off guard, Han Shuo immediately felt that his mouth was filled with fragrance. Donna was brimming with passion. She was like a completely different person from her usual solemn self. Recalling Donna's desperate cries, Han Shuo realized that Donna had lost control of her mind in the illusory realm and had mistaken him for someone else. That was why she acted so rashly. Han Shuo did not sink deeper into Donna's passionate kiss. He clearly knew that as Donna kissed him, Donna's soul was becoming more and more unstable. At this rate, even Donna might be in danger. The influence of an illusory realm on a person had little to do with the strength of the person affected. Rather, it forced the person to face the painful past that they were most unwilling to recall. Moreover, the influence of those memories on the person would intensify. Once the person was unable to overcome the knot in their heart, they would sink deeper and deeper into the illusory realm until they were unable to extricate themselves. Judging from Donna's behavior, her mind must have been disturbed by an unforgettable relationship. In the illusory realm, she had mistaken Han Shuo for a man that she could not forget and could not bear to part with. That was why she was acting so preposterously. After a brief moment of astonishment, Han Shuo quickly came to his senses. While maintaining the posture of forcing Donna to kiss him, Han Shuo suddenly slapped the back of Donna's head. She softly fainted. Han Shuo wrapped his arm around Donna's willowy waist and felt her soft and supple body. Without thinking too much, Han Shuo identified the direction and quickly walked out of the formation with Donna. As soon as he walked out of the formation, Han Shuo saw Li Wei, Bolton, and the others staring at him with their eyes wide open. There were traces of confusion in their eyes. Although Han Shuo had knocked them out one by one, he did not use any demonic yuan, as they were low gods with extraordinary strength. As long as they were not affected by the formation, they would quickly regain consciousness. Having just woken up, they were still in a daze, as if they couldn't tell the difference between illusion and reality. But when they saw Han Shuo walking out of that terrifying formation with his arm around Donna's slender waist, their dazed eyes gradually regained clarity. Li Wei stared blankly for a moment before she suddenly said, "Brian, did you save us again?" The scene of Han Shuo bringing Donna out of the array had already explained the real situation, which was why she asked this question. "Yes, you were affected by the illusion earlier. I saw that the situation was not good, so I knocked you out one by one and brought you out." Since they had all seen it, Han Shuo had no need to hide it. Just as he was about to put Donna down, he heard Donna make a soft "oh" sound. She had already woken up. Donna cried out in surprise when she saw that Han Shuo had his arm around her slender waist. Her mind quickly turned and she quickly recognized the situation. She immediately asked, "Brian, did you save me?" Han Shuo smiled when he saw that Donna had woken up. He put her down and apologetically said, "You were also bewitched by the illusion just now. I saw that your emotions were very unstable, so I knocked you out." "It's all right. Thank you." Donna smiled sweetly. Suddenly, her tender and beautiful face blushed. She seemed to have recalled something, and her bright, limpid eyes glanced at the corner of Han Shuo's mouth. Ahem! Han Shuo immediately understood something from the direction of Donna's gaze. He hastily wiped the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. When he lowered his head to take a look, he discovered that there were indeed traces of red on his sleeve. It was the powder Donna applied on her lips. You guys? Li Wei's sharp eyes noticed the strange expressions on Han Shuo and Donna's faces. She covered her mouth and cried out in surprise. Disbelief was written all over her face. With Li Wei's soft exclamation, the others pondered for a moment and soon realized what was going on. Each and every one of them wore strange expressions. Among them, Bowen's face was especially gloomy. His gaze towards Han Shuo became even more hostile. It's not what you guys think. Donna's face turned even redder as she hastily explained. Han Shuo also felt somewhat awkward. When he saw that everyone's gaze was focused on him again, he coughed once again and pretended to be natural as he said, "Miss Donna was lost in the illusion and mistook me for someone else. I was in a hurry to rescue her and did not expect that she would do such a thing while she was in a daze. Enough." Donna embarrassedly interrupted Han Shuo. She swept a glance at Bolton and the others with her bright eyes and chuckled. She then jokingly scolded, "You brats, why are your minds so dirty?" "Ah!" Li Wei let out a cry of grievance and complained in a low voice, "We didn't say anything." All right. Donna glared at Li Wei and said to Han Shuo apologetically, "Anyway, thank you. Please don't take it to heart if I offended you in any way." "Of course not," Han Shuo replied in a deadpan manner. He thought to himself, "What can I say if you forcefully kiss me? Am I supposed to forcefully kiss you back?" It's all thanks to Brian this time. It seems that Brian is truly our lucky star. Bolton once again sighed emotionally. His gaze on Han Shuo grew even more intense. If Han Shuo did not know that Bolton was straight, he would have felt his hair stand on end. What a mysterious fella. He actually saved us again, Li Wei muttered as she stared deeply at Han Shuo. The first rescue could be considered a fluke, but the second time was no longer an accident. After hearing Li Wei's words, Donna and the others looked at Han Shuo with different gazes. Han Shuo was unruffled. He did not claim credit, nor was he arrogant. He merely smiled and did not say a word. He knew that these people were extremely curious about him. They wondered why he was able to rescue them from such a mysterious and dangerous place time and time again. They wondered why a god from a low-level material plane like him could perform so many miraculous feats. What should we do next? Donna mumbled to herself as she gazed ahead. In front of them, there were no other demonic formations other than the enormous ninth realm mystical Een harvester that was formed by several mountains. Looking at the majestic mountains in front of him and sensing the extremely dense mystical Een aura, Han Shuo felt as though he could see the magnificent feat of a demonic senior with profound magical power altering the laws of heaven and earth with the power to topple mountains and overturn seas. Han Shuo was momentarily absent-minded as his imagination ran wild. His heart was filled with admiration for that person. "Brian, do you think we should go in next?" Donna called out softly when she saw that Han Shuo didn't respond and asked him by name. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before he looked at Donna in surprise. He forced a smile and said, "Why are you asking me? You're our leader, so we'll do whatever you say." Donna was rather taken aback by Han Shuo's words. She thought, "That's right, why would I ask him? I'm the one giving the orders." After thinking about it carefully, Donna suddenly realized that her impression of Han Shuo had unknowingly changed due to the 2 times that Han Shuo had rescued her. Although Han Shuo's strength was not strong, for some reason, she had begun to view Han Shuo as a peer who could assist her. You always have some astonishing feats. Besides, you are very observant. It's only normal that Big Sister Donna would ask for your opinion. Li Wei did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. Perhaps she herself did not realize that her attitude toward Han Shuo had unknowingly undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Just tell us your opinion. I believe that no one will dare to disregard your opinion now. Donna smiled sweetly and looked at Han Shuo expectantly. Han Shuo looked around and discovered that it was just as Donna had said. Everyone was looking at him expectantly. Even Bowen, who showed hostility toward him, was waiting for his opinion. No one felt that there was anything inappropriate about it. These fellows are really realistic. Han Shuo sighed in his heart. He put on a straight face and said in a deep voice, "Since we have come this far, I believe that no one will back down. Nobody knows what the situation is like up ahead. I believe that only after we go in will we be able to understand everything that has happened here. What do you all think?" Han Shuo himself wasn't afraid of all the dangers here, and wasn't worried about facing even greater dangers. Therefore, he appeared very calm and didn't let the potential danger affect his mind. The crowd nodded. Donna agreed and said, "Since that is the case, let us press forward courageously and find out what is happening here." Everyone acknowledged and was about to enter when Han Shuo suddenly gestured for them to stay put for the time being. He turned around and looked at an unfamiliar demonic formation not far away with a face full of vigilance. When Donna and the others saw Han Shuo's gesture, they stopped moving and followed Han Shuo's gaze to look in that direction. A soft gasp sounded from that direction. Under their gazes, a group of 4 people walked out from the formation in an incomparably sorry state. Old, Kelly, Kaiser, and Erickson were covered in wounds. The wounds were either bone-deep, charred or rotting, and oozing pus. No one knew what they had gone through. Fear still lingered on their faces. They were panting heavily the moment they walked out from the formation. It seemed that even taking a few steps was very difficult. It seemed that they had expended a great deal of divine energy. "Oh, it's them!" Li Wei exclaimed softly and looked at Donna with a probing gaze. Bolton, Bowen, and the others were also extremely tempted. They kept turning their heads to urge Donna, hoping that Donna would give the order to attack those people. It was obvious that Kaiser and the others had all suffered serious injuries. Each of them had expended a great deal of divine energy. Under such circumstances, if Donna and the others were to attack with all their might, it was very likely that they would be able to kill all 4 of them. Donna's eyes flickered with hesitation. Donna subconsciously looked at Han Shuo with an inquiring gaze. She immediately noticed that Han Shuo had a grave expression on his face. Under her gaze, he firmly shook his head. Donna remained silent for a few seconds. Under the attentive gazes of Li Wei, Bolton, and the others, she cried out, "No!" Li Wei and the others were disappointed, but they did not refute her. Instead, they cast doubtful gazes at Han Shuo. It was evident that it was Han Shuo's signal that Donna gave up on her decision to attack immediately. That old guy isn't as weak as he looks. Miss Donna alone may have the opportunity to kill both Kaiser and Erickson, but we are no match for Old even if all of us join forces. Therefore, it's best that we don't act rashly. Han Shuo explained in a low voice. As for Kelly of the Druidic Order, he was directly ignored by Han Shuo. In the past, Han Shuo had fought side by side with Kelly and knew that Kelly only possessed demigod strength. After his strength advanced by leaps and bounds, Han Shuo no longer paid any attention to Kelly's demigod strength. What Han Shuo was certain of was that Kelly was only able to walk out alive thanks to Old's protection. Otherwise, there was no way Kelly, who was only a demigod, would have survived until now when the 4 low gods who came with Kaiser and Erickson were all gone. The fact that Old was able to protect Kelly all the way out alive while still having strength to spare, made Han Shuo very apprehensive. Without absolute certainty, Han Shuo would not act rashly. How? How come there aren't any casualties? Caesar, who was panting heavily, raised his head to look. His face was filled with shock as he asked Donna and the others. Subconsciously, the gazes of Donna and the others fell on Han Shuo. When they saw the situation of those on the other side, they became more and more thankful that Han Shuo was on their side. Having personally experienced the perilous situation, they understood that without Han Shuo, they would have suffered even more miserably than Kaiser and the others. The four on the other side were all people with extremely keen senses. They immediately discovered the focus of their gazes and were greatly surprised. They were somewhat baffled as to what their survival had to do with a puny low god like Han Shuo. "Let's go. Don't mind them." Han Shuo softly exclaimed and repeatedly signaled to Donna with his eyes. He could tell that those on the other side were doing their utmost to recover after walking out of the demonic formation. Donna immediately understood Han Shuo's intention. She hastily signaled to Bolton and the others with her eyes and followed behind Han Shuo towards the ninth realm mystical Een Harvester. As expected, when old Kaiser and the others saw Donna and the others enter the formation, none of them dared to continue resting. Under Old's lead, they hurriedly followed after them. If they had stayed where they were, those on the other side would have happily recovered their divine energy when they saw that Donna and the others were not moving. The more divine energy they recovered, the more danger Donna and the others would face. However, when Donna and the others ventured deeper into the formation, those on the other side, fearing that Donna and the others would obtain everything in the formation before them, naturally did not dare to linger. That way, they would not be able to recover their divine energy, which would increase the chances of survival for Donna and the others. "Oh!" Han Shuo suddenly exclaimed as soon as they entered the ninth realm mystical Een Harvester. "What's going on?" Donna was startled and immediately asked. "Nothing." Han Shuo answered hastily. With a strange look on his face, he turned around and said solemnly, "Follow me, don't get lost." Donna and the others did not say anything and followed closely behind Han Shuo. Suddenly, the scenery around them changed. Donna and the others found themselves in an unfamiliar stone forest. Behind them, Old and the others who had just entered were all staring at the direction they had just been in, discussing something in amazement. While Donna and the others were puzzled, Han Shuo suddenly shouted, "They can't see us! Everyone get ready. This should be the best opportunity to kill them." Lady Donna was surprised. She looked at Han Shuo strangely and thought, "How do you know that those people can't see us? How do you know that this is the best opportunity to kill them?" Chapter 660. The ninth realm mystical Een Harvester was capable of gathering mystical Een aura. Apart from that, it could also form a demonic formation of immense destructive power with just a slight modification. It appeared that the person who deployed the ninth realm mystical Een Harvester did not intend for ordinary people to enter. It was only when Han Shuo stepped into the formation that he discovered that the center of the ninth realm mystical Een Harvester was fraught with fatal dangers at every step. The area where Han Shuo, Donna, and the others were at was a blind spot of the formation that could be used as a refuge. However, those who did not understand the layout of the ninth realm mystical Een Harvester would never be able to discover this blind spot, much less enter it. Han Shuo had carefully chosen every step he took. He had paced back and forth many times before he was able to reach this spot. The sudden disappearance of Han Shuo and his party shocked Old and the others. They stared in the direction where Han Shuo and his party disappeared, but did not dare to venture any further. After the painful experience they had just gone through, they truly realized how terrifying this place was. The four low gods were all dead. They had also been struggling between life and death from time to reach, where they were with great difficulty. This made them understand that every step they took could potentially bring them greater danger. Therefore, the moment the party of four disappeared, They naturally believed that the party of four had met with a calamity. "Brian, they really can't see us. What's going on?" Li Wei was pleasantly surprised and exclaimed. Donna and the others also stared at Han Shuo with puzzled expressions, their eyes full of incomprehension. "There are patterns in this place. If you don't pay attention to your surroundings, you won't be able to discover them," Han Shuo casually explained as he stared at Old and his party. "What patterns? It's just a few mountains. I can't see anything different about them." Li Wei mumbled in disbelief. Han Shuo turned his head around and put on a faint smile. He pointed at Old's direction and explained, "If you pay attention, you'll notice that there's a faint mist lingering there. It's constantly drifting around several mountains and rivers in a regular pattern." And Han Shuo was very familiar with the ninth realm mystical Een Harvester. He was able to grasp the crux of the matter with just a casual point. "TSK, it's true." Following Han Shuo's instructions, Li Wei was startled to find that every word Han Shuo said was accurate. With that, when Li Wei looked at Han Shuo again, her eyes were filled with admiration. She asked respectfully, "You, what kind of person are you? To be able to observe such minute changes in the surroundings so clearly?" Li Wei was not the only one. Everyone, including Donna, turned pale with fright. They looked at Han Shuo with eyes filled with respect. Some of the rules that Han Shuo had mentioned just now were absolutely difficult for ordinary people to notice. Even some people who were abnormally sensitive to their surroundings would probably not be able to notice everything. They would not even be able to see the layout of some strange trees clearly. However, Han Shuo had said it so casually. This had a great impact on their conventional understanding. What kind of person was he? He was actually able to understand every single peculiar change in his surroundings like the back of his hand. What does the pattern have to do with this place? Why can't they see us? The more Donna spent time with Han Shuo, the more she felt that Han Shuo was hard to understand. She had memorized all the descriptions of the patterns in the surroundings, but she still could not understand how it had anything to do with their current situation. It's a bit more profound when it comes to this. This includes the right time, the right place, the weather, and some of the characteristics of all living things. Han Shuo had the air of a professional charlatan as he used some ambiguous words and some knowledge of the physics and chemistry of the last world to spout nonsense to Donna. His attitude was quite serious as well. Donna, Li Wei, Bolton, and the others who were listening attentively to Han Shuo's explanation wore puzzled faces. The more they listened, the more confused they became. They looked at each other in puzzlement. "It would be a miracle if you could understand me. I don't even know what I'm talking about." Han Shuo found it funny and began to explain to them in an even more serious manner. Occasionally, he would mix in some professional jargon from the previous world as he explained to Donna in a very sincere and serious manner. Donna and the others stared at Han Shuo with their eyes wide open. They were all dumbfounded and speechless. If Han Shuo hadn't performed so miraculously, if Han Shuo hadn't brought them to such a mystical area, if Han Shuo's description of the patterns in the surroundings was incorrect, then they would definitely think that Han Shuo didn't know what he was talking about. In fact, Han Shuo was indeed talking nonsense. However, it was precisely because so many strange things had been verified in Han Shuo's actions, seemed to be completely in line with a certain pattern, that none of them thought that Han Shuo was talking nonsense when they listened to Han Shuo's unusually profound explanation. Instead, they felt ashamed of their own inferiority. They felt that it was because their intelligence was too low that they couldn't understand Han Shuo's earnest explanation. After listening for half a day, they really couldn't understand a single thing. Looking at the earnest expression on Han Shuo's face as he tried his best to make them understand, even Donna suddenly felt that her ability to understand was too poor. She even suspected that there was something wrong with her intelligence. "We've met an expert." Bolton and Li Wei exchanged glances and looked at Han Shuo with admiration. Their determination to rope in Han Shuo grew even stronger. "Do you understand what I'm saying?" Han Shuo asked as he looked at them seriously. Yes, a little bit, but not really. Li Wei felt a little guilty when she saw Han Shuo's gaze. She hastily nodded in order not to appear particularly stupid. After hearing Li Wei's words and looking at Han Shuo's expectant gaze, Bolton, afraid that Han Shuo would treat him as an idiot, pretended to nod and pondered as though he had understood something. Han Shuo laughed maniacally in his heart. He looked at Donna with even more expectant eyes. Under Han Shuo's attentive gaze, Donna put on a strange expression. She sized up Li Wei and Bolton and saw that they seemed to have understood something. Her heart was filled with astonishment and confusion. If she were to admit that she knew nothing at this moment, wouldn't that mean that she was even more of an idiot than Bolton and Li Wei? Donna put on a sweet smile and nodded reservedly. She said, "Although it's a little profound, I can understand some of it." Ahem, ahem. Han Shuo coughed repeatedly to stop himself from bursting into laughter. Seeing that the three of them thought themselves to be clever, Han Shuo suddenly felt that the three from Elysium could not escape some of the bad habits of mortals. In fact, vanity and self-righteousness were even worse. "What about you two?" Han Shuo asked Bowen and Colbert while suppressing his urge to burst into laughter. The two fellows looked at each other, their faces full of embarrassment. They repeatedly shook their heads, indicating that they didn't understand. They looked very ashamed and didn't dare to look at Han Shuo's sincere gaze. "You two are too stupid," Li Wei said disdainfully. Bolton nodded in agreement and secretly rejoiced at his own cleverness. Ah! Han Shuo could no longer hold it in and burst into wild laughter. "Brian, what are you laughing at? Shouldn't you be laughing at them?" Donna thought that Han Shuo was laughing at Bowen and Colbert. She knitted her brows and reprimanded him. "No, I didn't mean to laugh at them." Seeing that Bowen and Colbert had become even more embarrassed, Han Shuo hastily explained, "I just thought that it's very funny that we can see Old and the others, but they can't see us. Haha, don't you think so?" Upon hearing Han Shuo's words, the crowd laughed in agreement and repeatedly agreed that this was indeed the case. Han Shuo shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He thought to himself that the honest ones were indeed at a disadvantage. Bowen and the others were the ones with low intelligence. These fellows were indeed interesting. All right, let's talk about how we should deal with them. Due to our disappearance, these fellows are very cautious and don't dare to take another step forward. It seems that they have been scared out of their wits by the strangeness of this place. Donna asked Han Shuo after stopping Li Wei and Bolton from laughing at him. "It's very simple. Just attack them from here. I can guarantee that they will not know where the attack is coming from, nor will they be able to discover our tracks," Han Shuo explained after calming himself down. "That's it?" Donna asked again. "That's it." Han Shuo answered affirmatively. "Good, then what are we waiting for? Hee, there won't be many opportunities for sneak attacks like this." Donna giggled delicately. She appeared to be very happy. As she spoke, she had already started preparing. Bolton, Li Wei, and the others were also preparing their best attacks. They stood in the middle of the stone forest and launched their attacks at Old and the others who were still looking around blankly. Donna flipped her hands. Boundless energy of darkness streaked across the invisible obstacles and struck at Kaiser. Li Wei and Colbert unleashed the elemental energy of death. A soul vortex and a soul storm smashed at Kaiser. The two brothers, Bolton and Bowen, condensed their energy of destruction into sharp blades and fired them at Kaiser. Han Shuo was the only one who remained motionless. He calmly watched the attacks of the five without any intention of joining in. Not good. Kaiser was greatly shocked. He sensed the surging attacks and hastily moved to defend against the attacks coming from an unknown direction. Without saying a word, Erickson drew a line in the air with his left hand. A sparkling and translucent ice barrier formed beside him. The ice barrier was filled with a sparkling luster that reflected his silhouette. It appeared extremely dreamy. "Don't move." Old calmly turned his head and said to Kelly. He didn't seem to make any movement, but the destructive energy that the Bowen and Bolton brothers launched towards him was completely blocked, unable to advance a single step. Kelly seemed to have grown accustomed to Old's protection along the way. He had absolute confidence in Old and was not nervous in the slightest. He quietly hid behind Old and did not exert any strength. "Bolton, Bowen, don't attack Old. Your attacks won't do him any harm," Donna hastily shouted when she saw that Old had effortlessly neutralized the attacks of Bolton and Bowen. Bolton and Bowen repeatedly responded. Like Donna and Li Wei, they focused their attacks on Kaiser and Erickson, ignoring Old altogether. Donna and the other 4 brothers got into action. They unleashed all kinds of attacks that dazzled Han Shua's eyes. One after another, they passed through the unobstructed, invisible barrier and shot at Kaiser and Erickson. Those people attacked in all sorts of bizarre ways. Some used weapons, some utilized the divine energy within their bodies, and some borrowed the elemental energies of heaven and earth before mixing their own energy into the attacks. There was also Donna, who activated the special energy of her domain of divinity and attacked in a way that Han Shua could not comprehend. After attacking for a while, Han Shua discovered that although Kaiser and Erickson had consumed a large amount of divine energy, as they were mid-gods, the attacks from Bolton and the other 3 low gods did not have much effect on them. It was only Donna's attacks that made Kaiser and Erickson feel as though they were facing a formidable foe. Bolton and the others also realized that their strength was insufficient to deal a fatal blow to Kaiser and Erickson. Therefore, they followed up Donna's attacks with their own. They waited until Donna tore apart their defensive line before taking advantage of the opening to attack. Only then did they truly cause trouble for Kaiser and Erickson. After a series of indiscriminate bombardments, Kaiser and Erickson were on the verge of death. They were so battered that they almost wanted to flee. From the beginning to the end, Old did not help Kaiser and Erickson defend against the attacks. He merely knitted his brows and observed the surroundings with rapt attention, as though trying to figure out where the attacks were coming from. The person who had set up this gigantic 9th realm mystical Harvester was many times more powerful than Old. It was a cultivation method from another universe that Old could not comprehend. Although he had been constantly observing with rapt attention, it was all in vain. "Huff, huff, these 2 fellas are really tenacious," cursed Bolton in a low voice after exhausting a lot of his divine energy. "Hey, Brian, why haven't you made a move yet?" asked Bolton when he suddenly noticed Han Shua, who was coldly staring at them from the side. Upon hearing his question, everyone also took the time to look at Han Shua. Han Shua did not feel awkward under everyone's gazes. He laughed mischievously and said, "I'm weak, so I won't embarrass myself." At this point, even if Han Shua said that he was powerless, they would not dare to look down on Han Shua. After hearing Han Shua's words, they did not blame him. Bolton even took the initiative to excuse him. "You don't need to make a move. You just need to keep your head clear. With your smart brain here, we can save a lot of energy." Everyone agreed. "Brian, you just need to observe your surroundings. That's enough. We need your help in too many ways in this regard. Just leave the rough work of killing to us." Bolton continued, "That's for the best. Truth be told, I really don't like killing and arson." Han Shua laughed pretentiously. He pointed in the direction of Kaiser and Erickson and reminded, "You just need to attack Erickson alone. Old and Kaiser are friends, and he might help Kaiser in the end. But he definitely doesn't have any friendship with Erickson, and he certainly wouldn't care about Erickson's life or death. Moreover, Kaiser would only care about himself at such a critical moment and would not risk his life for Erickson. I want to kill Erickson alone." The crowd was astounded, but soon became overjoyed. They immediately prepared to kill Erickson alone, as Han Shua suggested. "And you say you don't like killing and arson? I think you're worse than anyone else." Li Wei giggled and rolled her eyes at Han Shuo. Chapter 661. Han Shuo was unperturbed and did not comment on Li Wei's evaluation. He merely continued to observe Erikson and his party. After receiving Han Shuo's instructions, Donna and the others all aimed their attacks at Erikson. In an instant, rays of light interweaved and divine energy surged towards Erikson. Just as Han Shuo said, Old chose to ignore Erikson. He continued to look all around to observe the changes in the demonic formation, making a futile effort. Kaiser heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that he was no longer under attack. He seized the time to recover his divine energy and paid no attention to Erikson's impending death. Everyone had a selfish side to them. It was even more impossible to share weal and woe with one another in a relationship that was intertwined with benefits. The attacks that were supposed to be shared by Old and Kaiser were suddenly concentrated on Erikson alone. The pressure he had to bear immediately multiplied. Erikson had long been exhausted by this point in time. His divine energy had been greatly depleted. He was like a candle in the wind, on the verge of collapsing under the onslaught of attacks. The light of his life could be extinguished at any moment. Keep it up. Erikson is on the verge of collapse. Bolton laughed excitedly. He felt an indescribable sense of pride when he saw that Erikson, a mid-god, was about to be bombarded to death by them. Lord Old, please help us. Kaiser, who was still recovering his divine energy, hastily asked Old for help when he saw that Erikson was on the verge of collapse. As though he did not hear Kaiser's cry for help, Old continued to scan the surroundings with his brows bunched. He did not take Kaiser's words to heart. The Druidic Order and the Shrine of Ice had always been estranged from each other on profound continent. This had obviously affected the relationship between the leaders of both parties. Old was by no means a magnanimous person who would disregard past enmities and shield his enemies from the wind and rain. Kaiser could not help but smile wryly in his heart when he saw that Old was unmoved. He knew that he couldn't count on Old. Kaiser sensed that the amount of divine energy in his body had been depleted, then looked around at the seemingly endless barrage of attacks coming from unknown sources. After weighing the pros and cons, he felt uncertain. Kaiser looked on helplessly as Erikson suffered all sorts of attacks. He pretended to have exhausted a great deal of his divine energy and panted to recover his strength. However, he had no intention of helping Erikson. You guys stay here and deal with them. I'll go out and check out the situation. Staying here isn't a long-term solution. I'll see if I can find a way to go deeper. Han Shuo suddenly said. Donna was taken aback. She looked at Han Shuo in astonishment and asked doubtfully, Aren't you afraid that Old will discover you and kill you instantly if you go out at this time? It's fine. I know what I'm doing. Han Shuo spoke confidently, and then he thought for a moment before instructing Donna, Be careful. It's best not to rashly leave this place before I return. As long as you stay here, I can guarantee your safety. There won't be any problems up there. If you walk out of here, I can't guarantee anything. Donna was stunned, speechless. It took her a while before she nodded solemnly. Brian, where are you going? Li Wei asked softly. Soon after, she volunteered. Why don't I go with you? I can help you. You can't help me. Han Shuo immediately refused. When Li Wei was greatly disappointed, Han Shuo added, But if you can get rid of Erikson and the others, it will be considered as helping me. Upon finishing those words, Han Shuo did not linger any longer. He nodded at Donna and Bolton before his figure blurred, and he walked out of the stone forest. While Donna and the others were attacking Erikson with all their might, Han Shuo unfolded his consciousness and covered the area from afar, secretly prying into the secrets of the ninth realm mystical Een Harvester. As his consciousness gradually extended, Han Shuo sensed an inexplicable calling from the center of the ninth realm mystical Een Harvester. It was as though there was something at the center of the ninth realm mystical Een Harvester that was softly calling over and over again, waiting for his arrival. The feeling was extremely mysterious. At first, Han Shuo thought that it was an illusion. But when Han Shuo held his breath and tried to sense it carefully, he discovered that the calling was directed at his consciousness, attracting all of his attention. At this moment, Han Shuo was certain that the one who deployed the ninth realm mystical Yin Harvester was a demonic senior with profound magical powers. Han Shuo had no idea how this terrifying senior came to Profound Continent. The only thing he could be sure of was that the senior had deployed everything here to target experts from alien material planes who did not know demonic arts. As for Han Shuo, as a demonic arts cultivator, he would not be affected by the demonic formations here. This also meant that the ninth realm mystical Yin Harvester, which Donna, Old, and the others faced with every step of danger, would be unimpeded by the demonic formations here. With that in mind, what else did Han Shuo have to worry about? Donna, Li Wei, Bolton, and the others could be counted as Han Shuo's allies. However, at a time like this, as a demonic arts cultivator, Han Shuo would not be willing to let anyone know his secrets. He wanted to keep everything here to himself. With that in mind, Han Shuo cast aside Donna and the others and had them stay in the stone forest to keep Old, Erickson, and the others busy while he explored the ninth realm mystical Yin Harvester on his own. As soon as Han Shuo walked out from the stone forest, Old, who had been observing the changes in his surroundings, discovered Han Shuo's presence. As a cultivator of the Edict of Life, Old had an extraordinary ability to sense living beings. As Han Shuo cultivated in demonic arts and had formed his consciousness, his life signature was vastly different from that of an ordinary person. Therefore, Old immediately discovered Han Shuo as soon as he walked out from the stone forest. "Hey kid, where were you just now?" Old suddenly felt relieved when he saw Han Shuo reappear. He grabbed Kelly and hastily flew in the direction of Han Shuo. Han Shuo wasn't surprised that Old could discover him. He calmly and unhurriedly walked towards the ninth realm mystical Yin Harvester without the slightest change in his expression. Under Old's watchful eyes, not only did Han Shuo's figure grow further and further away, even his life signature seemed to be concealed by an invisible boundary and gradually disappeared from Old's sight and soul perception. Old was extremely shocked. He was confident that his speed was much faster than the speed at which Han Shuo left. However, not only was he unable to catch up to Han Shuo, but Han Shuo was also rapidly vanishing. Old could not understand this strange feeling no matter how hard he thought about it. He felt very aggrieved. Naturally, Old did not know that when Han Shuo left, a demonic formation called So Close, Yet Worlds Apart activated. The demonic formation forcibly altered the laws of space, causing the distance between him and Han Shuo to suddenly increase. Old, who did not understand the wonders of demonic formations, pursued Han Shuo with all his might, but the distance between him and Han Shuo only grew further and further. Donna and the others in the stone forest, in the blind spot of the ninth realm mystical Yin Harvester, were stunned. From their point of view, they saw a strange phenomenon. Han Shuo was unhurriedly walking toward the depths of the ninth realm mystical Yin Harvester, while Old chased after him at lightning speed. Old was clearly using all his strength to chase after Han Shuo, but the distance between the two was infinitely increasing. It looked like Old was rapidly retreating as he chased after Han Shuo. The scene was extremely strange. The laws of space here seemed to have been forcefully distorted. This is too strange. Who is the person who arranged everything here? Why does he seem to know everything? Donna mumbled to herself with a horrified face. Brian won't be in trouble, right? Li Wei asked in a panic. She watched as Han Shuo walked step by step toward the depths of the ninth realm mystical Yin Harvester without turning back. She had a feeling that something was amiss, but she could not put her finger on it. Why? Why do I feel that Brian is so harmonious with the environment here? It's as though he's at home here. He's not the least bit flustered and seems to be calm and unruffled. Bolton thought hard for a moment and subconsciously expressed his thoughts. Upon hearing his words, Li Wei cried out in surprise and exclaimed, "That's right, that's the feeling. I also feel that Brian's behavior here is as though he's at home. That familiarity with this place, that's the feeling." Donna was stunned by Bolton's and Li Wei's words. She pondered for a moment, and the doubts in her heart grew stronger. "Don't worry about Brian. Let's get rid of Erickson first." Donna shouted at Bolton and Li Wei in annoyance after thinking for a moment, but could not figure it out. The few of them no longer wasted their breath. They stared at the dying Erickson and continued to bombard him indiscriminately. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk on the other side. Han Shuo was walking step by step toward the depths of the ninth realm mystical Yin Harvester. His footsteps were slow as he attentively observed everything he saw along the way. Han Shuo became more and more amazed by the ninth realm mystical Yin Harvester as he ventured deeper into the formation. The summoning of his consciousness from the depths of the ninth realm mystical Yin Harvester became more frequent. All he saw along the way were bizarrely shaped demonic formations. Han Shuo recognized almost all of them, and many of them were beyond his knowledge. Naturally, these terrifyingly powerful demonic formations had no intention of attacking Han Shuo and allowed him to enter unimpeded. However, at the center of these bizarre demonic formations, Han Shuo discovered a dozen or so skeletons. Some of these skeletons belonged to humans, while others belonged to larger magical beasts. Han Shuo also discovered 2 skeletons that belonged to the soul race. From these traces, Han Shuo surmised that a great battle had taken place in this place 5,000 years ago. The original owner of the skeletal staff, the predecessors of the soul race, the gods of the Church of Light, and the ancestors of old who cultivated in the Edict of Life participated in that battle. In the end, the ancestors of the Druidic order who cultivated in the Edict of Life and the gods of the Church of Light emerged victorious. But what was certain was that they must have lost many gods to the demonic formations in this place. Through Han Shuo's deep understanding of this gigantic ninth realm mystical Yin Harvester, and through Han Shuo's general understanding of the many demonic formations in this place, Han Shuo surmised that although each and every one of them wanted to explore the secrets of this place, none of them would be able to make it to the center of the ninth realm mystical Yin Harvester alive, because the demonic formations in this place were too numerous and too terrifying. The summoning from the center of the ninth realm mystical Yin Harvester grew clearer and clearer. That intense summoning directly filled Han Shuo's consciousness, carrying with it an evil and bewitching power that incessantly tempted Han Shuo to go deeper. The summoning's influence on Han Shuo grew stronger and stronger. It was so strong that Han Shuo could not calm his mind and continue to observe his surroundings. Finally, Han Shuo gave up on observing his surroundings in detail. Following the guidance of his consciousness, he quickly moved towards the center of the summoning. Soon, Han Shuo arrived at the location of the summoning, the Eye of the Ninth Realm Mystical Yin Harvester. The Eye of the Array was covered with complicated runes, engraved with many ghostly images that Han Shuo could not understand. There were curving, tadpole-like lines that resembled the ancient oracle bone inscriptions of Han Shuo's world. They appeared very mysterious and abstruse, making Han Shuo unable to understand their meaning. The summoning to Han Shuo's consciousness came from under the Eye of the Array, but he did not know what it was. Han Shuo understood that for such a terrifyingly enormous ninth realm mystical Yin Harvester, apart from the mysterious patterns and runes, it also required a treasure that could support everything in the formation. Han Shuo had never heard of such an enormous demonic formation. Based on his understanding of demonic formations, the treasure that maintained everything in the formation must be far more precious than he could imagine. Han Shuo was about to walk towards the Eye of the Array when a crack the size of a well suddenly appeared in the Eye of the Array. A dozen or so mystical demons that had disappeared for a long time whizzed out. Han Shuo was greatly shocked. Not only did he not rush in, but he also rapidly retreated a few steps. Han Shuo guessed that those dozen or so mystical demons were the ones he had seen earlier. They were the souls of the corpses that had died in the surrounding demonic formations. These souls were at the divine realm, inside such a mysterious ninth realm mystical harvester. They were extremely terrifying after they had transformed into mystical demons. Han Shuo had previously witnessed the terror of these mystical demons. Most importantly, these mystical demons were not like the demonic formations here. He was not immune to them. Han Shuo believed that he would not be able to withstand a dozen or so terrifying mystical demons coming out at him at the same time. He even had thoughts of retreating immediately. Contrary to Han Shuo's expectations, when he retreated, the dozen or so mystical demons did not was over. Instead, they circled around the hole the size of a well. Seeing that the dozen or so mystical demons did not pounce over, Han Shuo was greatly reassured. He carefully observed from afar, and only cautiously approached the hole when he realized that the dozen or so mystical demons did not seem to have any intention of pouncing over regardless of the consequences. All of a sudden, the summoning to his consciousness from the hole changed slightly, as though an order had been issued. The dozen or so mystical demons that were circling around the hole flew far away, whizzing over his head as they opened up a path, waiting for Han Shuo to come over. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shuo creased his brows and walked towards the hole apprehensively, not knowing what he was about to face. Before Han Shuo could poke his head out to see what was going on, a force was suddenly released from the hole. It instantly entangled Han Shuo's body and sucked Han Shuo inside. Chapter 662. Han Shuo felt the world spinning around him. Dizzy and disoriented, he struggled to regain his footing. When he looked up, Han Shuo suddenly discovered that he was inside an artifact. The top of his head was filled with abstruse and mysterious runes. Those runes were glistening with bloody radiance and wriggling as though they were alive. Beneath his feet was a greenish-brown ground. The ground was very uneven and hard to the touch. Incomparably dense, mystical aura filled the surroundings. The amount of mystical aura here far exceeded Han Shuo's imagination. It lingered around him like a faint mist and did not disperse. It could be directly inhaled into one's heart and lungs as one breathed. Han Shuo believed that if he were to cultivate in such a place, the speed at which he could accumulate demonic yuan would increase by 100-fold, or even faster. With a heart full of astonishment, Han Shuo continuously sized up his surroundings. He raised his head and discovered that there was a vast space above his head. Enormous shadows were hovering in the vast space. With a thought, Han Shuo was shocked to discover that the shadows hovering in the distance above his head were the dozen or so mystical demons hovering at the entrance of the cave. Since when did those mystical demons become so huge? Han Shuo was greatly astonished. Soon after, he had an idea. His body slightly shook as he used his consciousness to sense the surrounding situation even more meticulously. Sure enough, my body has shrunk. It seems that I have been pulled inside by some artifact. It's not those mystical demons that have become bigger. It seems that I have shrunk. Han Shuo cried out in surprise as he sensed the changes in his surroundings with his consciousness. After Han Shuo cried out in surprise, he suddenly discovered that the runes that were constantly flickering with bloody radiance were moving rapidly in a mysterious trajectory. An illusory energy appeared out of nowhere. Before Han Shuo could figure out what was happening, that illusory energy suddenly established a bizarre connection with his consciousness. A message was transmitted to Han Shuo. I am Cauldron Spirit. Welcome, new master. Han Shuo was startled. He did not understand the situation and subconsciously replied, Who are you? What is this place? Who set up the ninth realm mystical harvester? I am the Cauldron Spirit of the Cauldron of Myriad Demon. The one who deployed all the formations in the Cauldron of Myriad Demon was my original master. Gutianxia, the exalted demon lord. The voice that called itself the Cauldron Spirit slowly explained to Han Shuo. Cauldron of myriad demons? Devil Lord Gutianxia? What was going on? Han Shuo was at a loss. His mind was in a mess. Han Shuo pondered for a moment before he suddenly exclaimed, "I'm the new master of the Cauldron of myriad demons? What was going on? Where's the original owner?" The original owner, Gu Tianxia, the exalted demon lord, had a great battle with an expert of this universe. Both sides suffered great losses. That expert was in hiding after suffering severe injuries. The exalted demon lord had exhausted a great deal of his physical body to traverse across the universe and suffered devastating injuries. Before his death, he forcibly escaped to this material plane and set up everything here before his consciousness completely dissipated. The exalted demon lord's consciousness completely dissipated a long time ago. I'm afraid you are the only demonic arts cultivator in this universe. Moreover, I was the one who brought you here. Therefore, from now on, you are my new master. Cauldron Spirit explained to Han Shuo. Han Shuo was extremely shocked. He nearly jumped up from his seat. Just how powerful was Gu Tianxia, the exalted demon lord, to be able to spare the energy to set up everything here before his death? Was that god of this universe who fought the exalted demon lord and survived even more powerful? As though it knew what was on Han Shuo's mind, Cauldron Spirit angrily explained, "The exalted demon lord had just traversed across the universe and exhausted a great deal of energy before his consciousness completely dissipated. Otherwise, the one who died might not be the exalted demon lord." Han Shuo was stunned by Cauldron Spirit's explanation. He suddenly shuddered and hastily asked, "What do you mean by you were the one who brought me here?" "To be more precise, it was the exalted demon lord and I who brought you here together. The exalted demon lord arranged everything, and I merely carried it out." Cauldron Spirit pondered for a moment before it explained, "There are tens of thousands of material planes in this universe. Don't you find it strange that your soul would only descend upon this material plane?" "Now that you put it that way, it does seem a little interesting," Han Shuo thought to himself. "Haven't you noticed that there are many traces left behind by the exalted demon lord on this material plane? Do you really think that the 5 extreme locations were formed naturally? If it weren't for the exalted demon lord's arrangements before his death, how could there be so many of the 5 extreme locations?" Cauldron Spirit continued. Han Shuo was startled. Soon after, he cried out in surprise, "So that's how it is. It's no wonder that, even though I have been to the Abyss Realm, I have never discovered a single one of the 5 extreme locations in the vast Abyss Realm." The exalted demon lord knew that he didn't have much time left. As the energy in his body was fading every second and his consciousness was dispersing, he was unable to bring an inheritor of demonic arts from another universe. Therefore, he could only use his remaining energy to arrange the 5 greatest extreme locations of the 5 extreme locations and wait for a suitable opportunity. That is, when someone's soul underwent a great transformation and intense undulations of energy from traversing to this material plane, the exalted demon lord's soul would be forcibly brought to this material plane in this universe. After the exalted demon lord finished arranging all these, his consciousness gradually dissipated. However, that opportunity did not arrive, and he ultimately perished. I, the Cauldron Spirit of the Cauldron of Myriad Demon, have inherited the exalted demon lord's dying wish and have been waiting for that opportunity all this time. I don't know how many years have passed, but your soul, under the great transformation, resonated with the undulations left behind by the exalted demon lord. Using the energy left behind by the exalted demon lord, I was able to forcibly bring your soul to this universe and precisely descend to this material plane. Han Shuo was astounded. After listening to the Cauldron Spirit's explanation, he finally realized that the transmigration of his soul was not a coincidence. Everything was the catalyst left behind by the exalted demon lord Gu Tianxia and the Cauldron Spirit of the Cauldron of Myriad Demon. Your soul is simply too weak. In order to bring you safely from that universe and attach yourself to a physical body, I have exhausted too much of the energy here. As the cauldron spirit of the cauldron of myriad demon, I had no choice but to enter a deep slumber and continuously gather mystical Een aura from the ninth realm mystical Een harvester to recover. For a period of time after that, I did not know where you were. It was not until a while ago that I woke up and immediately started calling for you. However, you and I were too far apart, and I was still in a rather weak state. Therefore, you were unable to sense my calling and did not come to me. Just when I was about to take the risk and fly out of the cauldron of myriad demon, you miraculously arrived at the underground world and came all the way to this place. It seems that you are the one chosen by the exalted demon lord and that you will come to me by yourself sooner or later, the cauldron spirit said in a gratified manner. Han Shuo found the cauldron spirits, words rather odd. He never expected that there would be such a peculiar cauldron spirit in the depths of the underground world, silently watching him and waiting for his arrival. This feeling made Han Shuo feel somewhat touched. Why did Gu Tianxie go through so much trouble to bring someone over from our universe? If Gu Tianxie wanted to, he could have found a successor on this material plane and taken over everything here. I believe that doing so would have saved me a lot of effort. Han Shuo asked in puzzlement. First of all, there were no highly intelligent beings on this material plane. More importantly, the exalted demon lord believed that everyone in this universe was alien and that his successor could only be chosen from his homeworld. He would never allow the alien races of this universe to inherit everything he had. Therefore, he did not hesitate to pay such a great price to bring you over from his homeworld, rather than allow those alien races to inherit everything he had. The cauldron spirit explained. Han Shuo silently nodded after listening to the cauldron spirit's explanation. Some ancient people had an unreasonable obsession with their old customs. Han Shuo could understand Gu Tianxie's reasoning. After hearing the cauldron spirit's explanation, Han Shuo realized that what happened to Gu Tianxie must have been a very long time ago. In that case, I am your new master, Han Shuo suddenly asked after a moment of silence. That's right. You are the person chosen by both me and the exalted demon lord. You will inherit everything from the exalted demon lord and possess the cauldron of myriad demon, which is me. The cauldron spirit answered affirmatively. Han Shuo was overjoyed. He asked, what did Gu Tianxie leave for me? Also, what are the uses of the cauldron of myriad demon? The exalted demon lord left you his understanding of the demonic path. As long as you continue down that path, you will become the next exalted demon lord and possess the power to destroy the world. However, this path will be very long and you must be careful. As for me, if I were in your universe, I would be able to intimidate all demons and make all demonic cultivators submit to me. But in this universe, I am useless. As for what exactly I can bring you, you will soon feel it, the cauldron spirit transmitted. Feel what? Han Shuo was stunned. Power, the cauldron spirit replied. After receiving the cauldron spirit's message, Han Shuo suddenly discovered that the enormous amount of mystical Een aura within the cauldron of myriad demon had suddenly transformed. Under Han Shuo's attentive gaze, the condensed mystical Een aura suddenly gathered together. It was as though it was being compressed by the cauldron of myriad demon, gradually evolving into a purer energy. You are too weak. The ninth realm mystical Een harvester had consumed a great deal of mystical Een aura in order to bring you here. Although the mystical Een aura that has been regathered over the years isn't much, it is still enough for you to take a big step forward. Open your mind and accept the changes this energy will bring to your body. Apart from that, you will also need to receive part of the exalted demon lord's understanding of the demonic path. Your consciousness is still too weak to accept too much at once. I will gradually pass it on to you in the future, the cauldron spirit suddenly shouted. Its enlightening voice reverberated in Han Shuo's consciousness. Even with Han Shuo's mental fortitude, He was so excited that he found it hard to control himself. Normally, he would be able to calm himself down with just a single breath. But this time, it took Han Shuo 10 times the amount of time. Chapter 663. Inside the Cauldron of Myriad Demon, an enormous amount of mystical Yin aura condensed into a gaseous form. Under the cauldron spirit's guidance, the condensed mystical Yin aura flowed through Han Shuo's mouth and nose and into Han Shuo's body. The enormous ninth realm mystical Yin harvester had been gathering mystical Yin aura for many years. As soon as the mystical Yin aura entered Han Shuo's body, Han Shuo didn't even need to think about it. The mystical Yin aura rapidly flowed through his limbs and meridians and returned to his demonic infant. After listening to the cauldron spirit's explanation, Han Shuo opened up his mind and emptied his consciousness. He temporarily stopped thinking about any problems and allowed the demonic infant in his body to rapidly condense and digest the mystical Yin aura according to the circulation path of demonic arts. Han Shuo had discovered a long time ago that the demonic yuan in his body grew faster when he didn't deliberately adjust everything. After opening up his mind, all of Han Shuo's actions were done subconsciously. There was no active interference from his consciousness. It was this state that allowed Han Shuo's demonic infant to unleash all of its potential. The cauldron spirit also played an important role in this process. It gathered the mystical Yin aura, accelerated the condensation process, and pushed the mystical Yin aura towards Han Shuo's demonic infant. Han Shuo's consciousness seemed to have returned to the state of a fetus. Unbeknownst to Han Shuo, the demonic infant in his body continued to condense an enormous amount of mystical Yin aura. On one hand, it replenished the demonic infant's needs, and on the other hand, it spread the dissolved demonic yuan to every cell and bone in his body. Time passed by quickly and silently. Han Shuo's consciousness was ethereal and muddle-headed. Under the stimulation of the demonic yuan, his body crackled incessantly. Once again, he experienced the transformation of being reborn. The demonic infant in his body was also gradually transforming. The demonic infant that looked exactly the same as Han Shuo's was no longer indistinct. Instead, it was clearly visible. It was as though every pore on his body had suddenly become visible. The transformation of his body and the demon infant didn't stop. Han Shuo's divine sense suddenly trembled as a chaotic belief surged into his divine sense. In the next moment, Han Shuo suddenly woke up from his ethereal state. The piercing pain brought about by the transformation of his body and the demonic infant immediately surged into Han Shuo's soul. He almost couldn't help but let out a miserable howl. I believe you should know that any sudden change will be accompanied by some pain. Not only do you have to endure this pain, but you also have to carefully comprehend what the exalted demon lord left for you in your consciousness. Otherwise, your state of mind will not be able to keep up with the power your body is increasing, which will be very disadvantageous to you in the future. Cauldron spirit transmitted to Han Shuo. In that instant, Han Shuo understood everything that had happened to him. When his consciousness regained its clarity, he could clearly sense the transformation of his body and the demonic infant. He could sense that the enormous amount of mystical Yin aura was still surging into his body and being converted by the demonic infant into demonic yuan that nourished his body. The enormous amount of mystical Yin aura, after being converted into demonic yuan, would not only aid in the transformation of Han Shuo's body and demonic infant, but it could also help Han Shuo break through to the next realm. Of course, Han Shuo had to be in a realm that was compatible with his own strength. Han Shuo had to use his heart to comprehend the insights of the exalted demon lord's consciousness. Only by improving his realm to the level required by his body and demonic infant would Han Shuo be able to harvest the energy to the greatest extent. Otherwise, if he didn't have a strong enough state of mind to support the sudden influx of energy, he might end up suffering instead. After understanding all this, Han Shuo cut off his connection with Cauldron Spirit and no longer paid attention to the transformation of his body and demonic infant. He focused all of his attention on comprehending his consciousness and slowly comprehending the thing that had suddenly appeared in his consciousness. Gu Tianxia, the exalted demon lord's understanding of demonic energy, was much more profound than Chu Kanglin's. The two were not even on the same level. The thing that filled Han Shua's consciousness was like a cluster of violently fluctuating clouds. Without any words to describe it, Han Shua had to use his consciousness to sense the changes in the cluster of clouds and search for the insights Gu Tianxia, the exalted demon lord, left him. At first, Han Shua didn't know how to proceed. He tried to use the energy of his consciousness to sense everything within the cluster of clouds. However, Han Shua soon realized that it would be futile. Han Shua knew that the transformation of his body and demonic infant wouldn't end in a short period of time. Therefore, Han Shua wasn't in a hurry. He calmed his mind, focused his attention, and tried to understand everything within the cluster of clouds bit by bit. After an unknown period of time, Han Shua opened up his mind and discarded all distracting thoughts. Suddenly, he fell into some sort of bizarre state. He suddenly formed some sort of profound connection with the erratic and ever-changing cluster of clouds. Many chaotic and distracting thoughts shot out from the cloud in all directions in an instant. Those distracting thoughts were like sharp needles stabbing into Han Shua's mind. Han Shua's consciousness felt as though it had suffered a heavy blow and was in agony. When his consciousness felt the piercing pain, the tearing pain from his body, and demonic infant's transformation seemed to have increased tenfold in an instant. Han Shua nearly fainted. Forcefully enduring the torturous pain, Han Shua reassembled his consciousness. To his astonishment, he discovered that the distracting thoughts that had shot out in all directions had begun to reorganize themselves in a regular pattern when he reassembled his consciousness. This behavior was something that Han Shua couldn't see with his naked eyes, but he could perceive with his consciousness. Suddenly, Han Shua, whose face was contorted by the intense pain, instantly quieted down. He remained seated in a cross-legged posture like an immutable boulder, dead silent. During this process, Han Shua's body continued to emit a brilliant curtain of light. The transformation of his body and demonic infant continued. After an unknown period of time, the extremely dense mystical yin qi within the cauldron of myriad demon gradually thinned out. The speed at which it flowed to Han Shua's mouth and nose also slowed down. After another long period of time, all of the mystical yin qi within the cauldron of myriad demon seemed to have been cleansed by a strong gust of wind. Han Shua's body also stopped glowing. After another long period of time, Han Shua's fingers, which had been silent for God knows how long, suddenly trembled. After a while, Han Shua's eyebrows twitched repeatedly. He opened his eyes and slowly woke up from that wondrous state. Congratulations, new master. You have directly broken through a realm. The cauldron spirit's voice suddenly sounded in Han Shua's consciousness. Han Shua's eyes were filled with bewilderment. It was as though he had just woken up from a long dream. For a moment, he couldn't make sense of his current situation. After the cauldron spirit's voice sounded, Han Shua started to ponder with his brows bunched. He slowly recalled everything that had happened to him. Gradually, Han Shua's brows smoothed out as though he had grasped something. He followed that clue and sank into deep thought. After a while, Han Shua suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. He stood up from his cross-legged sitting position, twisted his body, clenched his fists, and sensed the changes that had occurred to his body. Your body has once again undergone a complete transformation. Your demonic infant has also undergone a transformation. You have made great progress compared to before. The cauldron spirit transmitted to Han Shua's consciousness. Even without the cauldron spirit's explanation, Han Shua could sense the changes that had occurred to his demonic infant and his body. The demonic yuan circulating in his body seemed to have undergone a qualitative transformation. It was as though it had turned into liquid and was slowly flowing through his limbs and bones like a trickle. Every cell and every bone in his body seemed to be brimming with boundless energy. With a single thought, that energy seemed ready to overflow. The demonic infant did not seem to have undergone too many changes. However, when Han Shuo looked within himself, he discovered that the demonic infant, the source of his energy, had turned from blurry to incomparably clear. It truly resembled an infant that had been reborn. The changes to his body and demonic infant made Han Shuo a little uncomfortable for a moment. There were some significant changes that he could not comprehend in the short term. He was slowly trying to familiarize himself with them. Master, you have already reached the Omen realm. I believe you should already know how to continue cultivating in this realm. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before he became puzzled and said, Yes. Carefully comprehend everything that the exalted demon lord left in your consciousness. You will gradually understand, the cauldron spirit reminded. Han Shuo suddenly discovered that there were indeed some indescribable insights in his consciousness. The next moment, Han Shuo suddenly recalled that he was in a wondrous state just now and had some intuitive understandings of the Nine Changes realm. I got it. Haha, I have actually reached the Omen realm. That Chu Kanglin has been painstakingly searching for a way to break through the Nine Changes realm and reach the Omen realm, but to no avail. He did not expect that I would take this step so easily. According to legend, only those who have reached the Omen realm can ascend to the immortal realm. Am I now one of the so-called gods of my world? After coming to his senses, Han Shuo laughed heartily and shouted loudly inside the cauldron of myriad demon. Han Shuo could not help but feel excited. Back then, Chu Kanglin had coerced him into fighting a monk and a Taoist priest in order to break through the shackles of his body and reach the Omen realm. Unfortunately, in the end, Chu Kanglin's efforts were in vain. Instead, Han Shuo's soul was transported to the profound plane of this universe. It was as though everything had been predestined. Now that he had reached a realm that even Chu Kanglin did not have the opportunity to touch, it meant that Han Shuo had finally surpassed Chu Kanglin. To Han Shuo, this was a nod in his heart. He had finally walked out from the shadow of Chu Kanglin. The mystical Een aura that the ninth realm mystical Een harvester has gathered over the years has all been used on you. As the core of the formation guarding this place, I have used up some of my energy to guide you to this place. I'm afraid that this place won't be able to hold on for much longer, Cauldron Spirit suddenly said after Han Shuo gradually calmed down from his excitement. What do you mean? Han Shuo was startled. Everything in this place can be destroyed, and it must be destroyed. Otherwise, there will be an endless stream of people coming to investigate everything that happened here. Those who came with you this time should only be the vanguard. If this place is not destroyed, there will be even more people coming to investigate. I have been in charge of this place for a long time, and I have long known how they operate, Cauldron Spirit said indifferently. Upon hearing those words, Han Shuo's heart jolted, and he immediately realized what Cauldron Spirit meant. That's right. The ninth realm mystical Een harvester was so mysterious. Many experts from advanced material planes had disappeared in this place for no apparent reason many years ago. Those people's interest in this place would not diminish. Donna, Kaiser, and the others should only be the first batch to investigate. If they did not receive any news from Donna, Kaiser, and the others, they would definitely send more people over. Even if Han Shuo destroyed the only interplanar transportation matrix on Profound Continent, the Cemetery of Death, they would still find other ways to enter this place, just like Old did. Only when everything in this place was destroyed and there was nothing left that could amaze them would they give up on this place. Then Profound Continent would truly be at peace and would no longer be disturbed by experts from alien material planes. Fortunately, you came and got in touch with me. As long as you and I are here, everything can be recreated. There really is no need for this place to exist anymore. As long as I am here and you are strong enough, You will be able to deploy everything in this place with your immense power. But before that, you must do your best to conceal the traces of you cultivating in demonic arts. That person who fought against the exalted demon lord back then was extremely powerful. Once he learns of your existence, he will not hesitate to obliterate you. After such a long time, I wonder if that person has recovered. But even if he hasn't, killing you is as easy as flipping his palm. Therefore, from now on, you better not let anyone know that you cultivate in demonic arts, lest that person learns of it. Cauldron's spirit seemed to be very wary of that expert who fought against Gu Tianxia. It cautiously reminded Han Shuo. Han Shuo nodded solemnly and replied, I understand. From now on, I will try my best not to display demonic arts in front of others. But once I do, I will not let anyone who sees me live. It's good that you understand. Also, after your body has been reborn, you can use the energy of your two avatars to conceal the fact that your main body cultivates in demonic arts. You can give it a try. Han Shuo was pleasantly surprised to hear those words. He followed Cauldron Spirit's instructions and tried to utilize the energy of his avatar of death, the skeletal staff. As soon as he did so, Han Shuo cried out in surprise, Not bad! There's no obstruction at all. Han Shuo could sense that the energy of his avatar of death, the skeletal staff, could flow unimpeded through his main body. In the blink of an eye, Han Shuo's temperament changed dramatically. It was as though his main body had become an avatar of death. However, Han Shuo could clearly sense that the energy came from the skeletal staff in his body. He was merely borrowing the energy of the skeletal staff. You can use the energy of both avatars. As long as you don't use demonic arts, no one will be able to tell that you have cultivated in demonic arts. Also, that avatar formed from a demonic weapon contains a large number of impure souls and demonic auras. I need to help you gather those negative energies and weak dead souls. Otherwise, it will affect your avatar's ability to comprehend the energy of this world. Cauldron's spirit continued. Han Shuo suddenly recalled that the demon's lair edge had absorbed some negative energies and vengeful souls. After hearing Cauldron Spirit's explanation, Han Shuo suddenly realized that the reason why his avatar of destruction couldn't make any further progress in the Edict of Destruction might be because, as Cauldron Spirit said, the energy was too impure and impure. However, those negative energies and vengeful souls were also a kind of energy. Han Shuo would be rather reluctant to let Cauldron's spirit erase them. Don't worry, the 3 spirit demons you refined can take over all of those energies. I will take care of everything for you. With that, your spirit demons will grow and your avatar will be able to comprehend the energy it cultivates without any obstruction. Everyone will be happy with that, Cauldron's spirit explained as though it knew what Han Shuo was thinking. That's great. Han Shuo was overjoyed. He laughed heartily and felt relieved. He thought that with such a Cauldron spirit, many things would become easier for him. Chapter 664. As the soul of the Cauldron of Myriad Demon, the Cauldron spirit knew everything about the Cauldron of Myriad Demon like the back of its hand. It was of great help to Han Shuo. At the Cauldron spirit's command, Han Shuo's avatar of destruction flew out from his main body, transformed into the demon's lair edge, and landed inside the Cauldron of Myriad Demon. The 3 spirit demons Han Shuo refined also flew out and floated around inside the Cauldron of Myriad Demon. What do you want me to do? Han Shuo asked the Cauldron spirit. I will help you transfer the negative energy and weak soul energy inside the demonic weapon to the spirit demons. Don't worry, there won't be any problems, the Cauldron spirit replied. Is there anything I need to do? Han Shuo asked. You just need to leave the cauldron and drip a drop of your blood into the cauldron to complete the master recognition process. Once the master recognition process is complete, I will be inside your body, and we will be able to communicate with each other at any time. The Cauldron spirit replied. How can I leave? Han Shuo suddenly recalled that he was forcibly pulled into the Cauldron of Myriad Demon by the energy inside the cauldron of myriad demon. Fly out. The energy binding you has disappeared, the cauldron's spirit replied. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment. He gave it a try and discovered that the energy binding him above his head had indeed disappeared. With one thought, Han Shuo flew out of the cauldron of myriad demon cauldron. He suddenly felt the demonic yuan in his body that had condensed into liquid form, surging violently like a mountain torrent. The speed at which he flew out was so fast that Han Shuo couldn't get used to it for a while. Han Shuo found himself at the center of the enormous ninth realm mystical Een harvester after passing through the cauldron's mouth. He moved closer to the mouth of the cauldron and saw a three-legged cauldron about a meter tall. The surface of the cauldron was covered with bizarre runes and glistened with green radiance. Clouds and mist lingered around the cauldron, obscuring its condition. Under Han Shuo's attentive gaze, the cauldron of myriad demon slowly rose from the mouth of the cauldron and hovered in front of Han Shuo. It gradually shrank until it was the size of Han Shuo's palm. Drip a drop of your blood into the cauldron. From today onwards, you are the new master of the cauldron of myriad demon. Cauldron spirits, voice sounded from the mouth of the cauldron of myriad demon. As soon as Han Shuo heard cauldron spirit's instructions, he made a small cut on the middle finger of his right hand and forced his blood into the cauldron of myriad demon. Enough! Shouted the cauldron spirit inside the cauldron of myriad demon. Blood sprayed into the cauldron of myriad demon. In an instant, the cauldron glowed brightly, and some of the runes on the cauldron surface seemed to come alive, wriggling like earthworms. From afar, the ancient runes that resembled earthworms formed a sinister and terrifying image, appearing extremely evil and mysterious. A mysterious connection was formed between Han Shuo and cauldron spirit after his blood spurted out. Han Shuo stared at the cauldron of myriad demon with glistening eyes. He remained in that position for a few seconds. Suddenly, he received another message from cauldron spirit in his consciousness. All right, from today onwards, you are my new master. After receiving this message, the cauldron of myriad demons spun in his palm and flew into his body from his palm amidst a hazy green radiance. Using his consciousness, Han Shuo discovered that the cauldron of myriad demon had shrunk to the size of a palm. It was like an organ of his body, located above his lower abdomen. Master, everything in this place will collapse and dissipate upon my departure. This is something that the exalted demon lord has long planned. Before that happens, there will be an earth-shattering upheaval. You'd better leave this place as soon as possible before it happens, lest you suffer the aftershock of the ninth realm mystical Een harvester's destruction, cauldron spirit reminded. Han Shuo was astounded. After hearing cauldron spirit's words, he carefully sensed the changes in his surroundings. He suddenly discovered that everything in this place seemed to be slowly changing, just as cauldron spirit had said. Deep and muffled noises could be heard coming from within the majestic mountains. At a glance, Han Shuo felt as though the mountains were on the verge of collapse. How long will it take before it is completely destroyed? Also, how long has it been since I started absorbing the mystical Een aura in the cauldron? Han Shuo hastily asked. This place will be completely destroyed within 2 hours. Not a single trace will be left behind. No one in this universe should be able to discover anything from the exalted demon lord's arrangements. You can rest assured. You have stayed in the cauldron for a total of 9 days. 9 by 9 is a cycle. It is now 9 days later. Cauldron spirit replied. Han Shuo was greatly astonished. He wasn't astonished by the length of time he spent in the cauldron. On the contrary, he was astonished by how short the time he spent in the cauldron was. According to Han Shuo's experience, the time required for each breakthrough to the next realm would be longer. At the juncture of a breakthrough, the strengthening of one's body might take several months of effort. A complete breakthrough would take even longer. Han Shuo originally thought that he would have stayed in the cauldron for several years, or even decades. He didn't expect that he would only stay for a few days. The situation here was personally arranged by the exalted demon lord. It is rather special, and I played a part in it. Therefore, the time limit was shortened to 9 days. You don't have to be surprised. Cauldron's spirit transmitted as though it could read Han Shuo's thoughts. It was only after hearing Cauldron Spirit's explanation that Han Shuo came to a sudden realization. With such a terrifying character as Gu Tianxie, the exalted demon lord and the cauldron of myriad demon, it was reasonable that the process could be shortened to 9 days. What about those people inside the various formations? Are they all dead? Han Shuo's heart stirred as he suddenly asked. Not yet. If you want them to die, they can die. If you want them to live, they can still live. Cauldron Spirit replied. What do you mean? Han Shuo asked. Before the 9th realm mystical Een harvester is completely destroyed, I can still use everything in this place. When you entered the Cauldron Spirit, I used the formations deployed by the exalted demon lord to isolate and imprison those people. The formations that imprison them are still active. As long as you wish, I can kill them at any time, Cauldron Spirit calmly replied. It seemed that by using the demonic formations that had yet to be destroyed, Kaiser, Erickson, and even Old would be able to destroy them with just a wave of his hand. That's great. However, there are some people that I want to kill with my own hands. There are also some people that I can spare from death. They will be of use to me in the future. Han Shuo instructed. No problem. Cauldron Spirit replied. Just as Han Shuo was about to leave, the dozen or so mystical demons that had been hovering in the surroundings suddenly whizzed towards Han Shuo. Han Shuo was startled. However, before Han Shuo could put up any defensive measures, he immediately felt the Cauldron Spirit tremble slightly in his body. Shortly after, Han Shuo discovered that the mouth of the cauldron of myriad demon had emerged from his lower abdomen and sucked in the dozen or so mystical demons. Master, I can directly form demon generals with powerful souls inside the cauldron. Apart from being able to intimidate 10,000 demons, the other meaning of the cauldron of myriad demons name is that it can contain 10,000 demons. The main source of my power is also determined by the number and strength of the demon generals inside the cauldron. Before the exalted demon lord thought that being in this universe, there were tens of thousands of demon generals of various sizes inside the cauldron. Among them, there were close to 1,000 demon generals as powerful as these dozen or so mystical demons. There were more than 200 demon generals that were even more powerful than these mystical demons. Many of the exalted demon lord's opponents were directly refined to death without the exalted demon lord's hands. However, in the battle with that person, I exhausted nearly 10,000 demon generals, which is why I'm so weak. Even these dozen or so demon generals were only gathered when the exalted demon lord's consciousness completely dissipated, Cauldron Spirit explained. Does that mean that as long as an expert soul is enveloped before their death, they can be refined into demon generals inside the cauldron of myriad demon? The more demon generals you form in the cauldron, the stronger they are and the greater your power? Han Shuo was extremely shocked and hastily asked. There were tens of thousands of souls inside the demon's lair edge, but compared to the demon generals inside the cauldron of myriad demon, those souls were like ants compared to a towering mountain. The demon generals formed inside the cauldron of myriad demon, such as these mystical demons, were enough to make a god suffer unspeakably. Even the vile souls formed by the demon's lair edge couldn't compare to one of the dozen or so mystical demons inside the cauldron of myriad demon. According to Cauldron Spirit, these mystical demons formed from the souls of gods weren't even the most powerful demon generals inside the cauldron of myriad demon. Han Shuo didn't even dare to imagine how terrifying the cauldron of myriad demon was back then. That's right. The more demon generals there are in the cauldron, the stronger they are, and the more powerful I will be and the more useful I will be. However, the souls that can form demon generals inside the cauldron of myriad demon generals must be at least as weak as the ones you use to refine spirit demons. The demon generals formed by those souls are of the lowest grade. If the soul energy is slightly weaker, it won't be able to form demon generals inside the cauldron of myriad demon generals and can only be used to devour demonic aura. The cauldron spirit bluntly attacked Han Shuo. Han Shuo put on a bitter smile. He didn't expect that only souls with demigod strength could form demon generals inside the cauldron of myriad demon generals, and demon generals of the lowest grade at that. It would appear that the so-called spirit demons he refined from the orc shaman were simply insignificant in comparison. Those spirit demons I refined can evolve. Are they considered powerful? Han Shuo asked the cauldron spirit dispiritedly. The basic materials you use to refine spirit demons are of too low a grade. The spirit demons that take shape don't have much room for development. They aren't even as powerful as the mystical demons I refined. When you are able to collect more powerful souls and let me refine them into spirit demons, you will know how great the difference is. The cauldron spirit continued to provoke Han Shuo. Only low gods and mid gods could refine mystical demons in the cauldron of myriad demon generals. Then, what kind of souls would be needed to refine spirit demons of a higher grade? High gods? Han Shuo didn't dare to imagine. He then recalled what the cauldron spirit had said. It said that there were more powerful demon generals than the mystical demons he had now refined. He reckoned that there were more than 200 spirit demons in the cauldron of myriad demon generals. What did this mean? The souls of more than 200 high gods. Han Shuo was speechless. Han Shuo suddenly felt that the 3 spirit demons he refined were like children playing house when compared to the cauldron of myriad demon. Suddenly, Han Shuo lost all interest in the 3 spirit demons that he had painstakingly refined. Comparisons were odious. Han Shuo shook his head and smiled dryly. You are my master, and the demon generals in the cauldron of myriad demon generals are under your control. I think it's better to leave the 3 little spirit demons in the cauldron of myriad demon generals. In the future, when you collect soul energy, some of the weaker souls that can't form demon generals can absorb some demonic energy. What do you think? The cauldron spirit asked for Han Shuo's opinion. Do as you see fit. Come on, let's leave this place. I'll go to Ericsson's place and kill him first. After listening to Cauldron Spirit's words, Han Shuo no longer had any interest in the 3 spirit demons. He urged the Cauldron Spirit to hurry up. The Cauldron Spirit pointed out the location that Han Shuo wanted to go to and became silent. Before the 9th realm mystical Een Harvester was completely destroyed, everything in this place was still under the Cauldron Spirit's control. This also meant that Han Shuo had become the master of this place. Han Shuo expanded his consciousness through the Cauldron Spirit. He suddenly discovered that after establishing a connection with the Cauldron Spirit, the range of his consciousness had increased by several times. He was able to see everything in his surroundings in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Han Shuo had figured out everything that had happened in his surroundings. He discovered that Dana, Li Wei, and the others were still in that blind spot. The only difference was that the way to leave that area had changed. As they did not understand the mysteries of the formation, they were all trapped and unable to leave. Ericsson and Kaiser were trapped by the misty illusory matrix in the same area. They were still exhausted and circling around the small area. Old and Kelly were even further away. Old seemed to have given up on his futile efforts and lay down on the ground as though he had fallen asleep. Kelly, on the other hand, was fumbling around, anxiously looking for a way out. Through the Cauldron Spirit's description, Han Shuo learned that Old was the most powerful among them. The area that the Cauldron Spirit had trapped him in was a demonic combination formation. In the few days before Han Shuo regained consciousness, Old had tried every method possible, but to no avail. It was only after a few days that he finally calmed down. I don't know what kind of relationship you have with them, so I didn't kill any of them. I only trapped them all, the cauldron spirit transmitted. Very good. Some of them are still useful to me. I won't kill them for the time being. 2 of them are going to die immediately. As for the other 2, I haven't decided whether I should kill them or not, Han Shua transmitted to the cauldron spirit while walking towards the area where Kaiser and Erickson were. Before obtaining the cauldron of Myriad Demon, Han Shua was already able to move unimpeded in this place. Now he was even more so. Soon enough, Han Shua arrived at the illusory boundary where Erickson and Kaiser were. While the 2 were searching for a way out, exhausted, Han Shua's figure suddenly appeared from the boundless mist. Are the 2 of you looking for a way out? Han Shua put on a carefree smile as he looked at the haggard and despairing Erickson and Kaiser. Anyone else would be just as despairing and haggard as they were after walking in circles in the same place for 9 days in a row. Han Shua's appearance was like a ray of hope. The 2 battered and exhausted Erickson were suddenly startled. They looked at Han Shua in amazement and simultaneously cried out, "How did you get here? Where did you come from?" "I came from the outside world." "Hee, the 2 of you look really interesting," Han Shua replied in a calm and unruffled manner. "Brat, regardless of whether I can get out or not, I'm going to kill you first." Erickson said coldly and sternly after hearing Han Shua's mockery, "That's great. I'm here to personally send you off. Let's see who dies first." Han Shua laughed heartily. This was the perfect opportunity for him to test out his new realm of omen. Chapter 665. Every advancement in demonic arts would greatly enhance one's strength. After breaking through the 9 changes realm and attaining the omen realm, Han Shua believed that his main body would be completely different from before in every aspect. Kaiser and Erickson had been lost in this illusory formation for 9 days and were utterly exhausted. This was the perfect opportunity for Han Shua to take them down in one fell swoop. At the very least, with Cauldron Spirit around, not only could Han Shua utilize the dozen or so mystical demons in the Cauldron of Myriad Demon, he could also use the demonic formations that had not been completely destroyed. No matter how one looked at it, it wouldn't be too difficult for Han Shua to kill Kaiser and Erickson. Han Shua was absolutely confident, but Kaiser and Erickson did not understand why he had so many trump cards. When they heard that Han Shua would personally send them off, they immediately thought that Han Shua had gone mad. Even a fool would know that a mere low god would die without a doubt when facing 2 mid-gods like them. How could he have any chance of winning? Erickson looked at Han Shua as though he was looking at a dead man. His face was filled with disdain. He shrugged and said in a relaxed manner, "Come, I'm standing right here. Let's see how you're going to kill me. Even if we've exhausted too much of our divine energy, it's not something a low god like you can act presumptuously against. Erickson, don't kill him in one go. Before you kill him, ask him how he got in here." Kaiser casually instructed Erickson as he closed his eyes and began to recover his divine energy without looking at Han Shua. The 2 had been trapped for a long time without being able to find a way out. Han Shua's sudden arrival had brought them a ray of hope. Erickson might have wanted Han Shua to die first, but Kaiser was different from him. He only wanted to leave this troublesome place as soon as possible. After Kaiser's reminder, Erickson coldly groaned and said, "I don't need your reminder. I know what to do." The corners of Kaiser's mouth curved into a helpless, bitter smile. He shook his head and did not say anything else. Kaiser knew that Erickson was still holding a grudge against him for watching indifferently as Erickson was besieged 9 days ago. That incident had torn a tear in their friendship that would be difficult to heal. "Oh, you're that confident?" Han Shua asked unruffled as he sized up Erickson smilingly. If he had not obtained the Cauldron of Myriad Demon and had not broken through to the realm of Omen, Han Shua would have run for his life upon seeing Erickson. However, things were different now. Since Han Shua dared to stand so fearlessly in front of him. He was naturally confident. Erickson stared blankly for a moment after hearing Han Shuo's words. He was a little puzzled as to why Han Shuo dared to stand before him and not flee. With that in mind, he couldn't help but secretly size up Han Shuo. Upon closer inspection, Erickson sensed the elemental energy of death from Han Shuo's body. Moreover, it was only the energy of a low god of death. There was nothing unusual about it. Erickson immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He stared coldly at Han Shuo and said, "Cut the crap. Tell me how you got in here, and perhaps I will grant you an easy death." Han Shuo laughed in a carefree manner. Step by step, he walked towards Erickson and arrogantly said, "You don't need to think too much. You will be able to leave this place in no time." While Erickson was stunned, Han Shuo's face turned cold. He added in a deadpan manner, "It's just that your divine soul will follow me out after I die." As soon as he finished those words, Han Shuo's large hand grabbed at Erickson and thrust it straight at his chest. Erickson's face was filled with disdain. He looked indifferently at Han Shuo's large hand coming at him. He could clearly sense the divine energy of death contained in Han Shuo's hand. The strength of the divine energy was not beyond his control. Therefore, he wasn't worried in the slightest. Erickson stood as still as a mountain. The solid ice had unknowingly covered his body. He looked like an ice sculpture, cold and lifeless. His chest was glistening as though it was a natural armor made of solid ice. Inside the solid ice, Erickson's face was still filled with disdain. His facial expression was not affected by the solid ice at all. Han Shuo's mind was calm and tranquil. His eyes were fixed on Erickson. The moment his large hand grabbed at Erickson, the demonic blades suddenly emerged. His fingertips grew into sharp blades and stabbed at Erickson's chest. All of a sudden, Erickson sensed an enormous and unknown energy from Han Shuo's large hand. This energy did not belong to any of the 12 fundamental forces. It made Erickson's heart palpitate intensely. "Erickson, watch out!" Kaiser, who was recuperating his divine energy with his eyes closed, immediately shouted when he sensed the peculiar energy that suddenly appeared in Han Shuo's palm. Unfortunately, Han Shuo and Erickson were too close to each other. On top of that, Erickson's carelessness allowed Han Shuo's demonic blades to land directly on his chest. Kaiser's cry of alarm was still a step too late. Crack! The solid ice armor covering Erickson's body suddenly shattered under Han Shuo's demonic blades. Before Erickson could evade, Han Shuo's demonic blades had already pierced through his heart and came out from his back. With his arm completely inside Erickson's body, the distance between Han Shuo and Erickson became extremely close. Looking straight into Erickson's terrified and ice-cold eyes, Han Shuo let out a sinister smile and said in a sinister tone, "How does it feel?" At the same time, Han Shuo pulled his arm back a little bit. The demonic blades returned to Erickson's abdomen and rotated a few times inside his body. Amidst the bone-chilling sounds of bone fracturing, scarlet blood spurted out from Erickson's pierced body like a ruptured water pipe. Erickson was indescribably terrified. He wanted to break free from the state, but Han Shuo's hand was firmly gripping him, rendering him immobile. "Stop!" Kaiser, who was recuperating his divine energy with his eyes closed, roared. A strong beam of light shot out from his mouth and shot straight at Han Shuo's back. Han Shuo chuckled sinisterly in a low voice, as though he had long anticipated that Kaiser would seize the opportunity to attack. With a swing of his large hand that was holding Erickson, Erickson's bloody body was suddenly thrown towards the intense light spewing out of Kaiser's mouth. "Ah!" Erickson wailed like a ghost and howled like a wolf after being struck by Kaiser's strong beam of light. "See that? He wants to kill you too." Han Shuo rejoiced in Erickson's misfortune. He thrust one of his arms into Ericsson's body and lifted the still-alive Ericsson up high, forcing him to face Kaiser. Perhaps it was due to excessive blood loss or the fact that Ericsson couldn't tell what was going on due to his severe injuries. Ericsson, who had his body pierced through by Han Shuo's hand and hung high in the air, stared at Kaiser with eyes full of resentment. Han Shuo knew that Kaiser's venomous eyes should have been aimed at him. However, Han Shuo had forced those eyes on Kaiser. Kaiser had a guilty conscience. When he met Ericsson's eyes, he panicked and hastily explained, "Ericsson, don't listen to his nonsense. I want to help you. Kaiser, you bastard. I'm going to kill you." All of a sudden, Ericsson, who was hung high in the air by Han Shuo, flew towards Kaiser with bared fangs and brandished claws. Kaiser was exceptionally flustered. He retreated in a flurry and explained repeatedly, "I really want to help you, Ericsson. Are you crazy? Our enemy should be behind you." Bang! Kaiser, who was retreating in a sorry state, finally managed to evade Ericsson's brandishing claws with great difficulty. Suddenly, he felt a great force rush into his back. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his footsteps became disorderly. "Kaiser, you bastard. How does it feel?" Han Shuo smirked with a complacent look on his face when Kaiser turned around. It's you?" Kaiser suddenly realized that Han Shuo was using Ericsson's voice to speak. He turned his head to look at Ericsson and discovered that Ericsson was limp and paralyzed on the ground. He had lost all mobility. It was only then that he realized that Ericsson's brandishing claws was secretly manipulated by Han Shuo. Naturally, those words were also spoken by Han Shuo. "Of course it's me. Ericsson is already done for. Why would he still have the energy to shout? You are too foolish." Han Shuo ridiculed Kaiser smilingly. He watched as Kaiser coughed up large mouthfuls of blood after his sneak attack. Kaiser appeared very calm. "Master, that guy's soul energy isn't weak. He can form a demon general, Cauldron Spirit, transmitted to Han Shuo." "Very good. What should I do?" Han Shuo immediately asked. "Very simple. Let me out, and I will handle it." Cauldron Spirit replied. With one thought, the cauldron of myriad demon whizzed out from above Han Shuo's lower abdomen. It instantly landed beside Ericsson, who was lying in a pool of blood, and enveloped him. The mouth of the cauldron of myriad demon was facing downwards. The runes on the cauldron of myriad demon started twisting and turning. As the master of the cauldron of myriad demon, Han Shuo could clearly sense that Ericsson's divine soul was sucked into the cauldron of myriad demon. The light dimmed and the cauldron of myriad demon whizzed back to Han Shuo and entered Han Shuo's body. Han Shuo then looked at Ericsson, who was lying in a pool of blood. His divine soul was gone and his eyes were white. There was no longer any possibility of resurrection. You killed Ericsson?" Kaiser's voice trembled as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He could hardly believe what he had just seen. Han Shuo shrugged and put on a somewhat sinister smile as he said, "Don't be surprised. You are about to follow in Ericsson's footsteps. Inside the cauldron of myriad demon, you will be able to keep each other company. You won't be lonely. Do you think you can kill me?" It seemed that Kaiser still did not understand the situation. He felt that Han Shuo had killed Ericsson due to his sneak attack and the fact that Ericsson was gravely injured. Han Shuo laughed maniacally and didn't reply to Kaiser's words. With one thought, he twisted his hands and shot rays of demonic light from his fingers at the space around Kaiser, flashing and disappearing in the air. Kaiser initially thought that Han Shuo was going to attack him. But when he discovered that all the rays of demonic light from Han Shuo's palms were hitting empty air, he grinned and asked, "What's wrong? You can't even hit the target?" Han Shuo didn't answer, but continued to laugh. Demonic light continued to shoot out from his fingers, landing in the air around Kaiser like fireworks in an instant. Suddenly, Han Shuo stopped his aimless attack. He stared at Kaiser and asked with a mischievous smile, "Can you feel it?" Kaiser was stunned and somewhat baffled. "It's the trembling of space, you fool." Han Shuo was all smiles as he walked towards Kaiser step by step. The demonic blades in his hands were once again unfolded. Kaiser's expression changed drastically when he heard Han Shuo's reminder. He discovered that the space around him was trembling. The trembling grew from weak to strong, affecting his body and divine soul. He felt powerless and drowsy. Spatial manipulation was a method of attack in the Nine Changes realm. Han Shuo had comprehended how to use his energy from Cauldron's spirit. It was a good chance for him to try it out on Kaiser. The space around him was violently distorted, like ripples on water. Under Han Shuo's watchful eyes, Kaiser's body was also contorted. Blood was flowing out of his 7 orifices. It was as though he was trapped in a giant whirlpool, powerlessly enduring all the blows. Very soon, under the influence of spatial manipulation, Kaiser, who was already exhausted and had suffered a sneak attack from Han Shuo on his back, had his body contorted. Bloody wounds began to appear on his body. Blood began to sprinkle down like a fine rain. The cauldron of myriad demon that had just returned to Han Shuo's body flew out again. It enlarged in midair and enveloped the dying Kaiser. A green light flashed, and Kaiser's divine soul was sucked into the cauldron of myriad demon. Without the support of his divine soul, Kaiser's body turned into a puddle of blood under the influence of spatial manipulation. His bones were ground into bone powder and turned to ashes. "Master, you will soon have 2 more mystical demons." Cauldron's spirit, transmitted after the cauldron of myriad demon, returned to Han Shuo's body. Not bad at all." Han Shuo praised. Then, after thinking for a moment, he asked Cauldron Spirit, "In your opinion, what are my chances of winning if I fight those 2 head-on without resorting to sneak attacks?" Although Han Shuo had tested his current realm, he was unable to ascertain the true strength of his main body through the 2 sneak attacks, in addition to the fact that Erickson and Kaiser had expended too much of their divine energy, and their concentration was much weaker than before. But Han Shuo believed that Cauldron Spirit should be able to give him an objective answer. As expected, Cauldron Spirit kept silent for a moment, as though carefully weighing the pros and cons. After a while it answered, "Master, if the 2 of them were not injured from the start and their minds were not affected by the demonic formations, you would be able to easily kill any one of them. In a one-on-one fight, you, who is in the Omen realm, would be able to easily kill any one of them without borrowing the strength of your avatar or mine. If they were at their peak, it would be rather difficult for you to win without relying on external objects. But if you are as good at stratagem as you were just now, you would have a chance of winning. If you rely on my strength and I use my mystical demons to distract one of them, it would not be a problem for you to defeat the 2 of them. Among so many experts here, the only person who is resting with his eyes closed is the one you cannot defeat for the time being. Only after you have completely familiarized yourself with the Omen realm will you have a chance of defeating him. At present, even if you borrow my strength, you would at most be able to gain a slight upper hand. It is not very likely that you will be able to kill him. This is because I do not have powerful demon generals at my disposal. Also, your strength is limited and you cannot fully utilize my strength. If we wish to kill him, we will have to rely on the demonic formations deployed by the exalted demon lord." According to Han Shuo's secret observations, he guessed that Kaiser and Erickson were early-stage mid-gods. Dana was perhaps a little stronger than the 2 of them. Moreover, Dana seemed to possess a powerful divine weapon. Therefore, she appeared calm and unruffled when fighting both Kaiser and Erickson alone. The person who was resting with his eyes closed was old. According to Han Shuo's understanding, old should possess late-stage mid-god strength. According to Cauldron Spirit's explanation, Han Shuo came to a conclusion that his main body in the Omen realm, without borrowing any external energy, should possess strength similar to that of Dana, a mid-stage mid-god. According to Cauldron Spirit's words, After thoroughly familiarizing himself with the Omen realm, he would be able to defeat Old, who was a late-stage mid-god. Han Shuo was incomparably pleasantly surprised when he learned of his true strength. Han Shuo couldn't help but be excited that he, who had made great progress in demonic arts in just 9 short days, possessed such strength.